Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes, but if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked. Last sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes, but if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you snug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end. Side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Last sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Hello, gamers. Happy Wednesday. Welcome in. How is everyone? It's been such a crazy week already. I was supposed to be practicing my 1v1s. I've not had a singular 10 minutes to half an hour to myself since I hopped off of scrim and tourney stuff on Sunday. I've talked about this on stream on Monday as well. It's all good things, right? I'm having so much fun. We're doing a lot of stuff. But I don't have time for anything. So, we're going to combine the stream with practice today. So, the plan is to take Chase today. Now, this goes against everything I stand for and believe in Dead by Daylight, because my entire play, my entire skill set revolves around not being in Chase, because I fucking hate Chase. But I need to practice. So we're gonna take Chase today. That's the plan. So we'll see how it works out. Also, we've got rank grind because 2v8's over. So sad. Guys, who else is sad? I'm the only one, right? No one else is sad. It's just me. It's fine. It's fine. We're bronze 4 on Survivor. I did manage to get some Survivor games in, it seems, during 2v8. And we need some points because this is the last week that I can play DBD pretty much. Before I go to TwitchCon and then straight into an airplane to Montreal, spend time with my family, and to go to the DBD anniversary party on the 14th. So today's the day. We're gonna be getting our 5 million points and put them all into whoever I'm working on. Let's see who is here. Welcome in. Taze, congratulations on getting first. Welcome in. Glenny, birthday boy. Happy birthday, Glenny. Gamer, say happy birthday to Glenny for me real quick. Congratulations on getting second. I guess I'll settle for second. I guess you're gonna have to, Gamer. Taze beat ya. He beat ya. Lee, hi. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. How are you? Hi, Hex. How are you? You're low-key glad. You're happy that it's gone. I understand. There's a lot of problems that come with 2v8. I just like it so much. I'm sad it's gone. I'm gonna be honest. How are you, Hex? How is your day? Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 47. Let me get on the pinhead, snipe you, and target you all game. Get you some practice. You want to do 1v1s, Glenny? Hi, Jill. Happy another day, older day. Indeed. Happy Wednesday, Jill. Good to see you. Hi, Loopy. Welcome in. How was the rest of your stream the other day? It was nice to see you. I am good. I am good. Thank you. Jill, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 71. You're good, Hex. Your ankle's a bit hurting. Oh, you twisted it a bit. Shit. Please look after yourself. Don't put too much pressure. It should be over soon, hopefully. I hope it's not too painful. How are you? I'm good. Busy. Stressed, but happy. And that's why I changed my life to the way it is, right? I only want to do stuff that makes me happy. I'll 1v1 you, but it was absolutely trash last night. I don't believe you. And also, I'm so bad in Chase. It can't be much worse. It's hurting a bit, but it's fine. Okay, okay. Well, I hope it gets better soon. Well, anybody's welcome to play. Don't tempt me, you'll boot off. I think you should come play with me anyway, whether we do 1v1s or pubs. I'll boot off if like on stream. We can do a few rounds. Yeah, I don't have to boot now, Glenny. I'm interested. Yes, Hex, you can. +1 is 4, and your birthday's in 4 days, +1, I don't know, 31 months means something. Oh my god, Sketch.
3 + 1 is 4 and my birthday is in 4 days. +1 Kappa IK 31 months meant something.
Oh my god,
Sketch N4 subscribed to your channel
Thank
for
you
31
so much
months.
for the resub. 31 months. Has it been 31 months? That's insane. Can't wait to see you next week in Rotterdam. I appreciate you. Enjoy the ad review and the free emotes. The sub. Sadly, yes, you can see yourself out. Take your sub with you. We're not doing the wheel at the minute because I don't have time to sort anything. Do you want me to do random ears, Sketch, or do you want a specific set of ears? That's all I can offer. Avian, welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. And enjoy your day, Doggo Treat. Thank you for the 39. You unlocked one stage a ghoul named Ultimate Ghoul. Oh, the pain. Ultimate Ghoul one stage, yeah. You got giraffe? Yeah, so I got a giraffe hat, But I also got giraffe ears. Look. Look! This has got to be the happiest. I got the ears. Thank you. We got the ears. Why am I always not in the middle of my camera, guys? I don't know what the issue is. Maybe I sit here. I don't know. Now at least you can feel tall. Wasn't I taller than you, bro? If I remember correctly? I don't know. Doesn't matter. You had some good games then, Jill. How's the rivals? Jill, I had a really embarrassing experience. So, your record player... Oh, it's here, Glenny. That's great. Are you having a good, nice day? Gamers, it's Glenny's birthday. If you want to say happy birthday for me. Real quick. The poor guy chased me from the start. Oh, you go down. Love the saves with the beam. Switches and I say, love the... Oh, shit. Yeah, that's... Yeah, that sounds about right, Jill. I don't recall meeting people over 6'1", because that's how tall you are. I see. You've listened to 5 albums all day through the way so far. Oh, that sounds great. I'm glad. I'm glad it's so good. And you've got so many cool records. You got Loftus on West last night. Wait, how the fuck did that happen? He hated every minute, I bet. Wait, he's booted, guys. Glenny, make a lobby real quick. I 1v1 you. Jill, I'm gonna be asking you for 1v1s. I have to practice. It's happening. They're saying I have to do 1v1s on DBD League, but the problem is I have to play Killer. And because I can't actually catch a person that's... when I'm on Killer... it's taken up too much of my time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Sketch, are you free Friday? We're doing 1v1s on Friday, gamer. Yeah, that's why I don't play ladder. Yeah, I hear you. Just Cold Tower? If that's okay for you. Like, I don't want you to be, like, in a disadvantage. We'll just do a few. It's not about anything. I just need some practice. You got the whole game in 3 minutes? Ah, shit. So you're putting it on the TikTok then? Your survivors are but killer's bed. Yeah. I can't do it. Wait, you're doing 1v1s now? Oh my god, gamers. This is catching on. Okay. We're doing 1v1s. It's happening. You want to do, but 3 minutes kind of long. Yes. No, it really is. But people should be seeing this, right? Loftus and you did 1 perk. Oh, I have 2. But I don't need life because I'm a 1 perk gamer. I'm 1 perk. 1 perk's fine. Perk, nah, it's whatever. It's not gonna be good anyway. I just need to practice. Like, I literally don't care. They go on live, but I like. The thing is, I understand that I need to make distance, but how am I learning about check spots and looping if I'm making distance? Like, I understand the idea. The thing is, you want to stay live as long as possible, but when you're doing scrims, right? When you're doing scrims, you can't just pre-drop and run everywhere because your teammates are on gens. Hi, Mori. Happy Wednesday. You got this. Hello, everyone. I don't know. So, I'm good without the light. I just run this one. Depends on the killer if you want to make distance or not. It was 2. Yeah, it is 2. That normally it's 2. I put Lithy back on. I don't know. We're just gonna make it work. Mori, how's your day going? Are you happy or sad that 2v8's gone? Be honest. Light finesse. Yeah, but you know what I did yesterday, Jill? Bro. So they were spectating, right, as I was 1v1ing this Dark Killer main, which is awkward as fuck to begin with, right? It's Wraith. So I drop the pallet and I start spam vaulting it, but then life has no value. So I got clocked, didn't I? It was miserable. Mixed feelings about 2v8. Where am I? 1. What happens to the box? Am I just... You're... Like, when the box pops, it's just box time? First use line, then spell. Yeah, I didn't do that, Jill. It was embarrassing as hell. Being gone, I kind of miss it, but last days were terrible. Yeah. Solve it at check. Bro, it's all the way over here. Don't you want to come back home? Yeah, cool. I don't know about the planning today, guys, because I've, you know, you know I've been joining all these teams for scrims and practice, right? But now my scrims are, I think, at 6 today. So I have to cut stream short. I want too many things, guys. I want too many things. I can't fit everything I want in a week. So now my streams are both scuffed and you guys are stuck watching me learn how to loop because I have to combine some shit. I want pallet sides. Glenny, I've only ever once faced your pinheads before. When we got you in a random lobby. Wait. Sorry, I'm yapping. I'm nervous. Okay, I'm starting. Nah! He already got me. Fine. Whatever. What do I have here? Nothing. Well, it's just GD. This is one of the problems, guys. Me running into every fucking wall imaginable is an absolute fucking problem. Okay. This is a miserable. We go again. You don't have to solve it when you're alone? Okay. Are you waiting for Mori? What are we doing? Can I loop Kelly next? No. You can do that off stream. Because you look behind you way too long. Oh. Okay. That's helpful. First, look where it can go, and then look back for a second to see where the killer goes. If he's too close, you pay attention. Okay. After you vault a check, you should have more than enough time to make it to main. Yeah, okay. So I don't need to do the box, right? Is what we're saying. But like, why would I make it all the way to main? I have to loop some stuff. When you have distance, you look back a bit, but in chase, you see where it goes and play around it, basically. Okay. No. Does he have BAM? Bro, why is he so good with these chains? What the fuck? Yeah, this is a problem. I mean, it's not really a problem. Do you think he's coming through here? No, no, no. Bro, this is not good. I have a hill. It worked out, it's fine. No. What's the... Oh, shit. I'm cooked now. Oh my god, not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet. Why didn't you double back? GG's. Okay, it was better. Okay, I think it's helping with the, looking back, like, long and short. When you have distance, you look back a bit. Okay. Against Pin, it's important to waste time by making distance as much as possible. Yeah, but like, Jill, how do you do that when you're... Hold on, bear with. Hey yo, Broken Wintress! How are you, gamer? How was your stream? Welcome in. How was DBD? Why am I getting
Broken
a phone call
Wintress
right now?
rated your channel
We're
with
gonna have
7
to put,
viewers.
A voicemail in. Broken Wintress back from the fog, Dead by Daylight. She's been MIA, but now it's time to get those hooks in. Will she TVA today? Will she get some Val kills? Tune in to find out. How was your stream? I hope it was a good one. Thank you so much for taking your community here. Gamers, if you came in with the raid with Broken Wintress and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. I'm primarily Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm an official partner with Behavior. I'm a survivor main. I have 18 P100s. I'm from the Netherlands. I love playing Dead by Daylight. When I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at a horse's stables. So welcome in. It was good. Also, I wasn't sure it rated. It was glitching. Oh, okay. It came through my end. And I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 18 P100 is not a single good one. We're doing some 1v1s today because I have to practice. Okay. So I'm just gonna try and loop check again. I don't know. Oh no! Okay, maybe this loop. Hold on. He clocked me at this one last time. Shit, here's why. Shit! Can you not fast vault when you've got chain? Bro, GG's. You hadn't raised you? I know, I know. I was watching you in the mornings, gamer. It's so nice. With the time difference, I guess. The advantage is that we're never like super busy when the other person's playing, you know? Yeah, I appreciate you hanging out. And it was good. Glad to hear it was a good stream. Gamers, if you don't follow Broken Wintress, she's NA, Dead by Daylight content creator. I want you to know I called you a lightning bitch! I heard it in my head, Glenny. I heard it. You can't only slow vault. Ah, okay, I just fucked up. So you wanted me to ask you how I'm goated and the sticks that I can consciously look back and confront without having trouble with the camera. I was gonna ask you something. Hi, Granny. Good morning. Welcome in. Enjoy your daily logo trip. Thank you for the 44. Every loop he can outplay you if you had chain. That was good. You made him lose you. Yeah, that's my thing. I'm more stealth than chase, guys. I was gonna ask Jill. No, Jill, I was gonna ask you. Do you know how in comp games, right? If you have a teammate, let's say your teammates are doing gens top. We can talk about keeping distance to the killer all you fucking want, but I cannot go top. So there's gonna come a point in time, if I'm at 8 and I'm making my way here, distance, 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 I get to 5, there's gonna be a point in time where I'm losing distance because I cannot keep running because my teammates are doing gens at top, you know? You glance at the killer quickly to see what they're doing and then look ahead to see what to loop. Okay. Fuck. Fuck. Bye! You told me to put on live, gamer. I took it off, honestly. Oh, errors. No! Well, fuck me. No! Oh, this palette is horrible. I have no distance. Where am I going? I'm not going anywhere. I'm a spin him, but hold on. The way you waited 1 second, Glenny, just to make sure I wouldn't spin you is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Try to look back for like a second and then to the front again while hugging the loop. Grandbabies are not bullies. Oh, you've got the grandbabies over today. Glenn, do you want to go again? So you say 8 to 5 and waste time. It's not about 5 gen looping GG easy to killer, but about wasting time. Yeah, but how do you keep distance? You're going down because you didn't go to the next loop, knowing you would survive. Isn't the right play. When you can die edge map, having teammates flash in. You going down because you didn't go to the next loop, knowing you would survive. Yeah. This killer is a pain. You double back, stay bottom. You make the killer work in your favor. You always do that? You can do one more. Cool, cool, cool. Hi, Dahlia. Welcome in to Doggo Treat. Thank you for the 60. It's about wasting as much time as possible. Dying corner wastes so much time. Yeah, but the thing is, there's a difference between running to a corner and dying and trying to waste some time looping and then dying in a corner. You can see how much you're improving game to game. I mean, we're learning from each other, right? So, first you were sending your chains, then I was dodging it. Now you're learning that you need to be patient with the chains because I'm dodging it. And now it's clocking me with the fucking chains. This is rude! Okay, distance, distance, distance. Would you just skip this loop to make distance then? And go to the next? I don't know. I don't think you can make that. Bro, the window's not here. No! No, 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 no. Oh, this sucks. I hate it when you get a long wall when I think it's not a long wall. Great. Where am I going? I'm panicking, guys. I'm gonna be honest. Nah. Fucking slow vault. This is the problem, guys. This is all of the problems summed up in one fucking game. It's just not good enough. I don't even know how to be better. I'm gonna be honest. I can do this 1v1s for days on end. I don't think that I'm gonna be any better. That's the problem. It's knowing for yourself when the chase is over and then go in a corner like the killer's got bloodlust. How do you know if a killer's got bloodlust? Like, I don't know. Bro, you're making me feel so bad. I have 8,000 hours in this game. What do you mean you know when he's got bloodlust? I don't give a shit. Holding W is best. Don't stay at the 50-50s. Well, I've got to loop up tile at some point, don't I? I don't know. I'm struggling. Thank you so much, Glenny. I really appreciate you hopping on. Like, I just need this practice, you know? I need to be so much better. How long does it take for Bloodlust to start building up? Yeah, it depends, right? You have to be in chase. He has to have not just swung or hit you. And then it's like so many seconds. What I mean is looping long isn't the goal in 1v1. Okay, 1v4. You're comparing apples met peren. Okay. Any loop with long walls. It's nice to break line of sight. Anytime you break line of sight, the killer may lose you for a few seconds, which wastes more time. You're doing 1v1 now, you got the whole map. So if you're 1v4, you can loop bottom, for example, so you're not gonna get distance and go for it. But the distance brings you back, you can active gen. Yeah, exactly. You will, because you won't make the same mistake every time. I don't know. How long does it take a lot? Like 30 seconds without breaking a pallet and constant chase. 30 feels long. That's too long. You didn't get bloodlust once because you're using chains? Okay, yeah. That's like with Doctor with the shocks, right? 15 seconds. 20? I don't know. See? I about to say, killer power and drop bloodlust. That's true. Whenever I wind up with hundreds cancels, killer spamming power, use rapid brutality. Oh, yeah, because they have speed and not bloodlust. Okay, I'll play Ada. I think this is my looping build, honestly. I go light, finesse, windows, and troubleshooter. I don't know, I'm taking a beam, it's fine. Does anybody want to play 1v4s? I know Jill, maybe later. The second game was good. Yeah, the last game was alright, and then I started panicking. Later? Okay, cool. Yeah, we've got about 3.5 hours here. Are you hopping off, Glenny, or are you playing? Did you get an invite? Because it didn't pop up on my end. Oh, you're here. Alright, cool. We're just gonna play one then. What did you mention about Friday? We won't want to. Yes, Sketch. Do you have time Friday for 1v1s? I have to listen to this voicemail, guys, because I don't know who called me. Hold on. Spam. I'm glad I didn't answer. Okay. Oh, you're working Friday? I mean... What time? Till what time? I mean, if you're working, we can't do 1v1s, gamer. I'm sure you... Okay, today is at 7? Okay, perfect. Okay, so stream is still 7, guys, because, luckily for me, Scrim is not until 7, so there we go. What happened to my panels? Hang on, I'm not in mod view. Oh my god. Sketch and Daily Doggo Tree, thank you for the 41. Let's go. 3 or 4? I'm not sure. It depends on. Not sure. It depends on. And then nothing. Daily Doggo Treats? That's good because like 4. I have scrims again. I think it's 6. So we can do 4 to 6. You didn't mean to put on? Okay. It depends on and then nothing. And I'm like, okay, I guess we troll in. That's fine. Okay. I should be on 4. Okay, how about 4 to 6 then, Glenny? Glenny? Sketchy. I mean, latest. And if we're just yapping or if we end up being fed up, we can do games or whatever. Just yap. It doesn't matter. It's more the idea. Oh my god. Okay, so here's the thing, right? You guys know I'm in the Women's Guild, and a couple months back, there was, I think I talked about this on stream, I don't know who was here. A couple months back, there was a request for a Marvel Rivals Journey applications, right? So I applied. And I remember talking about this on stream because I said on the form, they were requesting stuff like, what's your highest rank in comp and what's your current rank at? So I put my highest rank was like silver in Marvel Rivals, and what's my current rank was like bronze, right? So I was laughing to myself thinking, imagine getting this form, you're making this comp tournament, and there's this girl, and she's like, yeah, my highest rank is 7. Can I play your tournaments? I never thought they'd take me seriously. So 3 weeks ago, I get added to a Discord. I'm playing the Marvel Rivals tournament. I'm representing the Women's Guild in a Marvel Rivals tournament. Now, I was super excited. They did take it seriously. So then the first thing that went wrong is the tournament is on June 13th. Now, y'all know I'm going to Montreal for the DBD anniversary, which is June 14th. So not only am I not going to be home when I'm playing this tournament, I'm going to be on my gaming laptop at my dad's place. I will be in Canada. So I'm playing this tournament, like, don't you worry. I'm going in. Like, I'm going to be in my gaming laptop. That was the first hurdle. I mean, the second, if you think about it. So it was the application was the first hurdle. I got in. Then the second hurdle is the date. Then the third hurdle. So I got in the team. And then the team was like, hey, can everybody put what character they're playing? And I play Cloak and Dagger. Because that's all I know, right? I'm confident that I can play Cloak and Dagger in comp. So I just went in. I just took that. I'm like, I'm Cloak and Dagger. Fuck everything. Now there's a Google Sheet. Because they want to keep track of what everybody's playing. So you have everybody's name in the team is there. And they're like who their main is and who they could also play. And then there's my name. And it says, I put in, it says tank. And I put Baby Penny. DPS, I put nowhere near good enough for comp. And then support, I put Cloak and Dagger, maybe Invis. That was my input. So it was embarrassing as fuck because I can't play any other character, literally. So that was the third hurdle. Now, I just saw an announcement in the Discord. So I was like pulling that up. And I'm like, let me read this message. Good morning, beautiful people. I just wanted to hop on here and share some really exciting news. We got the email that the tournament will be on Twitch front page. I'm gonna be on the Twitch front page for Marble Rivals tourney where I can literally only play Cloak and Dagger. It's gonna be a good one. Don't worry about it. I got this. There's no pressure. Twitch front page on a gaming laptop. It's gonna be beautiful. Oh, guys, I don't know. Loft already said he was gonna have to take my account and play play for me. Yeah, the things I get myself into, guys, is... I don't know how I do it. It's a bit silly. Guys, you forgot to remind me. I was supposed to take Chase and not do gens. Bro, I've done 3 gens. Y'all forgot to remind me. I was supposed to take Chase. Whoa! Ping? Beautiful. We're making hella distance, guys. We got this. Fuck it. Fuck it. Oh my god, guys. Troubleshooter value. Guys, look at this. This is beautiful. Okay, that was a mistake, but that was pretty cool. I know about absolutely nothing about Marvel Rifles, so this was extra confusing and funny. Jill knows everything. He thinks it's funny as fuck. Speaking about rifles, you played Invis for fun last time. You did... It was like season 1. Did you? You had 71% extra with over 30k healing. 71%. Holy hell, Jill. You should be in this tournament. I'm gonna be honest. I know. I had a rivals phase. Average is like 30. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I had a rivals phase. It must have been the winter period. I played so much rivals with Loft, and I was learning. Yeah, it was after the tournament. After the first tournament we played, which with Cool and you remember, right? So I had a big rivals phase. I was learning Invis at the time. And then I just... It's the thing is, when I combine streaming with work, with office job, yeah, with Johnny, I just don't have time for anything else. Oh. Oh. He wants Leon. Hi, Rusty Rabbit. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Oh. Lately, it's a bit higher, but 71. Yeah, that's huge. I like your bunny. I like your bunny emotes. It's very cool. Oh, I think we need to send it. Open, open, open. Leon, run! Take hits! Is he here? That are too. This Leon's a gamer. Holy hell. Hey, are you actually in time for the subway this time? Let's go! It usually rides away in front of me. Oh. Rusty has the cutest, sweetest voice and accent. Really? Thank you for the 3 stream streak. Oh my god, GG's. I don't even know if there was ping. Well, the team was happy. Bro, he's fast as fuck. Batteries? I don't know. I'm gonna take off. You're back? I'm not gonna use this beam. Like, who am I kidding? Give me medkit. Who am I kidding, guys? I don't know about light. I'm gonna be honest. What else is good? Maybe I just go dead art. No, I can pull a little dead art. Oh my god! No, you guys making fun of Glenny on his birthday. That's so rude. It was beautifully timed, I'll give you that. I'm going on TikTok with our 1v1s. That first one. Are you gonna be like, demolishing official creator with my pinhead or something? 8K hour creator got demolished. On your way home now from groceries and hop on? Cool, cool, cool. Oh, Jill and Hex. They're getting cancelled for that. Are you playing, Glenny, or are you just hanging out, chilling, chatting, listening to your music in the background? Cool. Finally, a different comment than you suck. Okay, I'm gonna take first chase, guys. I'm locked in now. Do it. You were saying the loft, your TikTok comments are brutal. Some of them really are. I don't know where it's coming from. Today your life feels like that? Anything you can do about it? Or just accept it? And be like, it's just one of those days? I have so much to do as well. Joe will literally do a 5-gen chase and then these armchair loopers will do nothing but criticize armchair loopers. Oh, that's so funny. We do hope that you're having a great day. Alright, other things I can do? Go. Okay, then you can let it go, right? You've done your best. Gonna have appointment and then stress bit should be over. Good. Good work, Dahlia. Perfect. Very good. Dredge! On Cold Tower. Hold on, let me 1v1 him. Where do you think he spawned? I'm thinking one. I guessed it right! Oh! Problems. Oh, finesse. There's her mates. Yeah. Guys, I'm really happy I don't have life. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, I'm fucked. It was a mistake, guys. Okay, I loop check. Hold on. Oh. Oh! But I don't loop nothing. Because that Maria dropped check like it was hot. And she took my chase. I mean, I kind of sandbagged also. Okay. Just tired? I can imagine. And emotionally drained? I understand, Dahlia. It's good to recognize the feeling. And also to recognize the accomplishment, Dahlia. That you've, you know, made your way through it. People telling you Mike in 2v8 if you kick a gen, the gen regress. Yes! That was, something else. Change. He did. Hold on. Oh my god! The pellet didn't drop! Bro, don't think for a second that I didn't drop this pellet, because I did. It just didn't go. It just didn't drop. That was crazy. Did rubber banding a lot? I don't know what this was. I'm supposed to take chase. Hold on. I don't know where they are. Hex is here. Hello? Wait, I saw him running and now he's gone. Here. Hello. You're for 5? Yes, you are on 5. Oh. Well, I saved this girl. I found you. Hold on, he's here. I trade. I'm gonna be brave. Oh, he's with Hex. Your brain activated like a sleeper agent. 5. I know where this is! Yes! Dahlia, we screamed on this. You may not actively be playing that, but it definitely was a big part of you for 2 months. No! Uh-oh. This is a long way to go, guys. I'm gonna be honest. Nice. Oh man. Nice. Good job. Did it happen to Maria? Death look at 3 gen is rough. I've not been on gens though, Jill. I have to tell you. I've not done gens. That doesn't help, right? Oh my god, she's got scene partner. It has great part and this set is over. I really enjoyed playing with you guys. I know. It was a good time. We learned so much together. I mean, if you're in Chase, it does help. That's true. Nah, by the way, Micah, we had a Delulu Jake yesterday. Was that on Loft stream? I saw a little bit of that. Oh my god! Yes, thank you, Hex. I see him. Oh, late night? What was he doing? Whose medkit's this? Yeah, Delulu, are we talking? Good points. The only clock callouts I mostly know is this map. This one's good, right? This is the good one to start with. I don't understand if some people play the same game as us. Or are second monitoring Minecraft at the same time. You think? Like actually DVD late at night? Oh shit! Late!
MV Prave, 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 MV Prave. Spread Lake 3 subscribed to your channel for 14 months.
Lake, thank you so much for the resub. Tier 2! I appreciate you. Thank you so much. How's your day going? Fuck! We're cooked now, chat. Shit. That hurt! Wait, he's still on me? What the fuck? Did y'all see that lag? Oh. Da-da! Long story short, Blight got messed up hard by a random Quentin. Loft flashes saves him. I run in, he goes down. Again, you flashes save him. He runs back. Jack dies 1 second later. You flashes save again, right? Endgame Quentin runs out the... Where's the gate? Oh, we have no gate, I don't think. Fuck. I'm slugged, Jake is slugged, Love dead, so Love says crawl to him. He has UB Wiglif. So I do. And you get picked as the killer appears around the corner. You're blocking. Steve switched to me and waited out your BT. Sorry, on pellet. Right? Right. Dear True, you always forget. Day's been good. Go and chill. Okay, my god, you deserve it. Especially compared with Monday and yesterday. Okay, okay, well, it's a good one then. That's good. Oh, we're not getting out of this game. It's Remember Me as well. That's why I took out the Maria. Because, he's back. Yeah. Ah, problems. I'm not going anywhere, by the way. He's waiting at the dead art. Hold on. Damn! You're in chase at 10. Suffer Pit. Okay, hold on. Suffer Pit. I know Suffer Pit. Hold on. It's, Chase 10, okay. Suffer Pit. Door is 11. You take killer 2-3, so Jake can escape. And I'll die. Makes sense, yes. You almost go down. Jake appears crouching behind a chest close to your chase. Instead of leaving. Wait, when the door is at 11, what was he doing there? Instead of chasing leaving, because I take chase to the other side, he decides to follow and take pictures of the chase. I eventually jig a killer. He gets found, goes down. I'm like, damn, I need to pick him up with MFT, but I die last second. Endgame, he starts yelling at me to leave and not stay in for nothing because he was looping so I could escape. What? What do you mean? Now what's wrong in that sentence? Loftus was there watching, by the way, he saw everything. Alright, Lake, thanks for stopping by. We'll change the ears. For your resub, thank you, Gamer, for the tier 2. I really appreciate it. Enjoy the effort viewing, the free emotes, the sub badge, and of course the channel point multiplier. Nah, some people don't know these things. Got your streak up. Stop down. Daily, you're good to go. I see you. Did you actually get your daily doggo treat? Oh, yes! Thank you for the 74! Let's go. You got your stream streak. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, we're gonna find the killer, guys. Loftus called out, what the fuck Jake is doing here? Why isn't at the door? Jake gaslit me into saying that he was in chase that whole time? And I could have easily run out and I told him the truth. Why? Oh my god, that is so annoying. You have to mentally prepare. Go. See y'all soon. Bye, Dahlia. Thanks for hanging out. You've got this. Man, that was some crazy Jupiter Saturn stuff. Nah, people just see this game differently. Like, not how it is. You know? Alright, I am... I don't know where I am. Killer's on the other side, right? Maybe like deep. Wait, do we have another lich? We do. Well, I tried to get found first. It was not to be. His name in game was M? Why are you doing me dirty like that? Okay, I don't know why I did that. But I have a gamer here that can heal me. Hi, pretty. Welcome in. How are you? Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 72. Languid touch. My dead heart. It's cool because you saved everything. I should expose and TikTok, but then... Yeah, I will get in problems because... Oh, shit. I mean, it wasn't... Oh, shit. Bro, no dead arts. So sad. I take this. Come. Why would you not do the skellies if I'm going up the stairs? Where am I going, by the way? I don't think finesse saves me here. I mean, that was a fucking medium. This is the same guy. I mean, it's a different build. It doesn't make any sense. That Scully wasn't even near me. Baba. You started so cool, because Love to said before it started. The Jake is funny. Oh no. No gens today. No, I'm supposed to practice my chase, gamer. No gens today. Lucky. Welcome in, Enjoy Daily Dog 3. Thank you for the 33. How you doing? How the game's been? Listen, pretty. It's crazy. Hi. Oh. Hi. Holy delay. I'm on 30 ping and everybody else is on 80. Good stuff. The first game on, I was yapping, right? So I forget all about taking first chase, and I do 2 gens. Like, it's just automatic at this point. Pretty, thank you so much for the 60 stream streak. Let's go. Another person with that, screaming perk, guys. Oh, man. That's unlucky. This happens when I don't have bombs. Oh no, you forgot about languid touch. Unlucky. You couldn't use your dead heart. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have the same problem later. I take this chase. Where is he? Oh, he's with... No. Wait, are you still in chase? Oh, you teleported. You've got the hands. Did he lose you? I mean, he's still looking for something, him. W. Did he get exposed? Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Hex. But he's been screaming a lot, but maybe he's doing all the screaming perks. Shit. Fuck. Okay, she was stuck her gen, honestly. I ran across the map. You got the hands. Also fun to have that, yes. I don't know if Bill knows where her gen was. I think I'm gonna go back. Oh, it's in Maine. Oh, we have several gens with high progress now. Oh, he's terrified. Hold on. No, he's chasing. I thought he was going back to his gen. Yes, the hand Mori. Unlucky. I mean, that exhaustion... Any exhaustion... Whether it's the add-on for the bubble when he hits you or the languid touch. Oh, we're gonna get clocked by the scullies on the stairs. Yeah, there we go, he's gonna do it, I told you! Oh. Weave? Bro, who's got weave? I don't mind my lick games, guys. I don't mind. I like myself a good lich game. I don't mind. Be right back. I gotta go piss, girl. Bro, I don't even know if I was exhausted. I could have hit my dead hard maybe. I just forgot. I just gave up all hope on hitting it. I just gave up hope, didn't I? Altogether. We should have 2 gens. With hella progress still, no? Maybe Bill finished main when I was in chase? He's gonna be flying to the gens, I would assume. Yeah, he's with Kate. She got pushed off. Okay, I saved the Bill. And then let's see. The Kate, I think Kate is a Lich Enjoyer as well. That girl has not been hooked and she's been in plenty of chases. See if we can patch up this Bill and take over that gen. She's not even in chase. There she is. She's in chase. Weave! I forgot about Weave, guys. Oh my god, there's no way, 7! With the raid! 7, how was your stream? Thank you so much for the raid, and I really appreciate you taking your community here.
7CMP Wincess rated your channel with 67 viewers.
Welcome in, everyone. Did you play some Killer, some Survivor? A bit of both? Oh, Beam? For me? Okay. Hi, Kitty. Welcome in. Gamers, if you came in with the raid with 7 and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm primarily Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm an official creator for Behavior. I'm a Survivor main. I have 18 P100s. I love playing Dead by Daylight. And when I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at a horse's stables. Welcome in, Killer and Survivor. Oh, with the play while you wait? How is that working out for you? I think on the one hand, the play while you wait is nice, but it also may be taking a bit away the focus of like just playing Killer. Anyways, gamers, if you don't know 7, please go drop them a follow. They are an amazing Huntress player. They're a great Killer player. We actually faced them several times in community tournaments over the last few months already. Fellow content creator. Only love and appreciation for their work. So please go drop 7 a follow. It's always a good time over there. 7, I understand if you need to raid and run. Where is everybody? Are we leaving for Hatch? Kate, what's happening? Well, everyone else, you're welcome to hang out here. We're going to be playing Survivor. And I need to practice Chase. Normally I do gens because I love doing gens. But today we're practicing Chase. So we're... Where? Hey! Things are a little bit... Oh, I thought you were taking the window. Oh, he got him, bro. That was good. That was good. The elevation. He should have taken that vault. I think he had a chance, yo. Unlucky. GG's. You have me playing one more match, I think, because I will rest your leg a bit. Okay, laying on her bed again. Yeah, cool. We can play one more. GG's. That was a good game. I don't mind Lich, guys. I had a good time. Oh, it's just so nice to have 1v4 back. I mean, I know that there was 1v4 and there was 2v8. But it just feels like normal games now that 2v8's gone. Although I did have a wonderful time on 2v8. Making our progress again. We want to get that Eerie 1 before the grade resets. Get our points. Working on them P100s. Lich is one of your favorite killers to go against? Yeah, I don't mind going against Lich. You just have to be very mindful of the elevation with the Scullies, right? You're back with your Granny Warrior outfit. It's good though. It's a very strong Megan outfit. We can respect a good Megan outfit. You're starting your Killer main era tomorrow, low-key. I'll probably blame Survivor stream. Yeah. What's the objective, Hex? Are you trying to get Eerie 1? On Killer, or are you trying to like learn a certain killer more? What's the plan? You already got Eerie 1 on Killer before. I just want to do be like Killer main to join the site. Yeah, I get it. Okay, wait. Who's the killer? Oh, nurse. Well. What are we doing, nursey? I don't know, guys. I don't know what happened, but she's on Hex. I double this gen for now. I tried to take chase, honestly. Like, I was definitely up there. Hex has got that quick gambit. Why did I think I had a beam on me? That's because last game I picked up that beam. The weave one. Oh my god, you have so much distance. Ah, shit. Nice, that was a good blink hit. Everyone's injured now. I don't know what happened. Hiya. Mangled add-on from the blink hit. Wonder if she's got nurses. She's sticking with the Tori for now, it seems. I think we just do gens this game because I don't know about Chase and against the nurse on Ormond Lake Mine. And she keeps switching targets. Every time she sees someone else, she's leaving Chase. Oh my god, I think that Tori tried to go for a save on Hex. Yeah, she did. Was it Pellet? She got blocked. Oh. Problems? Nice medium. I was worried of running into a fellow teammate for Gen, but they're all across the map, so I would have been fine. I could have just held W. I think it was Pain Res, the first one. Yeah. It was. So we know Pain Res DMS. It's a very good Megan fit. I like it. That was like a sideways blink, that. You think I can do the Shen? Or is she gonna come here? She's here. No, she's busy. Okay. Hex has got that dead art. I mean, he did last game anyway. Yeah. I think we just get the gens done and get to the next game. I don't think that we have another gen with progress though. See a gen over there and oh, with Tori. Oh. Okay. Oh. It's not exactly what I had in mind. Okay, so all of the last 3 gens are on this side. Because I think there's one in the tunnels over there still as well. She's coming back. Yeah, this one. She's not gonna chase this, right? She goes back to her gens. Oh. Whoa, nice blink. Okay, I just take him away. I hit dead or I swear. Nice. This is a good hook because all the gens are here. She's checking 11. Welcome home, Jill. Oh, she'll be back here, right? These gamers have some fast heals. DMS. She's checking the tubes. Did you see my curl? No. Checks 8 again. I just think we pressure all of these gens. And just keep running away. See if she commits to anything. It's not a tiny 3-gen, but with Nurse and her ability with her blinks. Is that a pallet? No. It's easily campable. Kinda surprised she committed to my chase to the other side. She's coming there. Oh, fuck. This one. She's not. She's checking 11. Oh, that's very unfortunate. Maybe we finish this gen if she's distracted. She is distracted. She's chasing Hex again. We get this last gen before she gets here. Beautiful. I think I don't think I can go work on the gate because... No, she's picking. Shall I heal Tori? Let's do it. Hi, Drummer Witch. Good morning. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. You're sweating like crazy? It's warm, Jill. I was like ready to work at the horses in my t-shirt this morning. What if Tori takes this chase? Away from the hook, gamer. Not towards the hook, please. This is a lot of snow. That's unlucky. That's a long way to go, I'm gonna be honest. Shit! That was a good blink. If she would have gone for a safety blink first to go use her second blink on me, I could have dead-hearted it. But because she was ahead of me and I didn't see her, that was a good blink. GG's. Drummer Witch, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 49. What are we cooking? Does anybody have Wiglif? Self-care, life. I don't know, gamers. I think you should have taken the 3-man out. Well. Oh, we're gonna change ears, guys, because this was for Sketches to resub. Oh, and we now also have Legs resub as well. No, you're fine. You couldn't save that. It was, that was not an angle. Nice, we got bronze too. Did anyone... Ah, Meg's left. Everybody died. Unlucky. Hex Patatzok. Sounds like a Dutchie. Guys, you need to heal each other. Or, when someone's dead, maybe you take the 3 out. How about that? Shock. As this has got to be a Dutchie. You don't heal? That's why we lost. Okay. Okay, gamer. Thanks for letting us know. Hex, thank you for the games. I appreciate you hopping on. Drummer Witch, did you end up taking a couple of Uber rides on Monday? Or not? Thank you for the games. Yes, go rest now. And I hope your ankle recovers quickly and that it's not too painful. Appreciate you, no problem. Jill, am I playing one? Or do we wait? There's no, like, literally no rush. Wait, Loopy's on? Does Loopy want to play? You actually didn't have time? You're friends? Oh, okay. Or caregiving. Yeah, okay. I mean, at least you had a good time with your friends, right? Uber will be there. Whenever it fits your schedule. I guess that's the convenience of it, right? Your friends had a lot to say. Yapping. It's nice to catch up with your friends. Go for some, maybe a bite, some food, some drinks. I'm gonna play another one. See who we get. Go get that chase. Well, we've got a Jake. I wonder if this one's gonna be as weird as Jill's Jake from the other day. Flaky, I think was the word. Oh, Delulu. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing. Oh, I have to put on new ears, guys. Hold on. You just popped on the DVD store to get the Colossal Redeem. Cute Charmin banner. That was a code, no? I think I saw it come by. I didn't redeem it yet. I think we go Frog. Because why not? I mean, we haven't done... Is this lobby bug? There's no for Survivor. You saw it on the on Discord today? I definitely saw it somewhere. Okay, I don't know why there's nothing's happening with this lobby. Like, it's literally daytime. It should not be an issue to get a Survivor game. Is that the... Was that the... Drummer Witch, was that the code, Colossal? I'm quite happy with my 10-year anniversary badge and banner at the minute. I remember seeing it. I don't remember where. Ah, cute. Titan. Very cute. Thank you. Thank you, Drummer Witch. Okay, let's try load in again. Everybody's ready. Now this could be my kind of lobby. 3 medkits, 1 beam. And a V named Billy. That's a good name. Borgo, okay. Killer spawned this way, right? Wait, why is there this dark ring? Is it an Unreal? Is it a Skull Merchant? What are we dealing with? Unreal. Did she see me? I think so. Hmm. Alright. I saw Megan on a totem. But it was a doll. For a second there I was afraid it was gonna be a full Hex Unreal delay build situation. Thank you for the alert refresh, Granny. She's not checking here, she's just teleporting to the TVs. Nobody's in range of anything because nobody's been getting stacks. It's a little... There she is. I need to go. Oh. She did... Oh, she did kick this. Okay. Bro, for a second there I was worried it was gonna be Dragon's Grip. I was like, holy shit. Okay, I'm chilling. I think she's gonna spam teleport again. After the hook. Yes, she is. Turn this off, get rid of my stacks. Easy. You think she will use her medkit to heal herself? Okay. Works for me. There was a gen with a lot of progress. That the Megan just got chased off of. I don't know why the Megan didn't decide to go get rid of her stacks. Here it is. Because if she starts teleporting again in chase, that's going to be kind of lethal. Yeah, she should have turned it to the TV. That would have probably been best. I need to try and take a chase after this. She's left. There we go. Megan is one stack away from getting worried. I mean, I'm following this chase, but there's literally nothing I can do. So maybe take a hit, but she's gonna have all those stacks locked in now. I don't know if this was the play. Okay, where did we do gens? Okay, I take chase. Come. Do you think she chases me? No. Well, that's on the last gen. I guess I'll go get the save here. She didn't want to chase me. I tried twice to take chase. I wonder if she's gonna come straight back here. This girl needs to do a TV. This TV. There's a TV right here. Megan. I take this one because we're gonna pop the last gen here. That was a good chase from the V. I don't remember if basement was in main. If she gets basement here, it could be a problem. I think I'll 99 this. Okay, it's not. I think I'm gonna 99 this gate for now. See if she camps this or if she decides to leave. If we can get... Hold on, I turned this off. Megan, why didn't you do a tape? Yeah, she's cooked now. Okay, I think I'm gonna do the gate, and I'm going to assume that the Claudette is going for the save on the V, because Megan is dead. If Claudette's there, she is. Megan's getting more worried. The girls make it over here. The gate's gonna be open. It's 3 men out. We should have time, no? Because I turned off all the TVs in this area. Yeah, we had time. Nice. Yeah, I don't know why the Megan just decided not to do her tape. I think she could have had a... She could have been out with us. GG's. Corrupt Bamboozle Nord High Barbecue. Hi Rebel, welcome in. Rebel, I just realized as you were typing that you sent some questions my way yesterday on Discord and I never got back to you. Did you get everything sorted or did you still want my help? Let me see while we boot for the next game. I was wondering. Ah, everybody ready again. Yeah, I mean that's... You will have more time than this, Rebel. If the last train is 1 AM, you're fine to take a train because you're not far. Right? You took a hostel in Rotterdam? You're fine taking a train at 11:30. You can still make it back. But it's good to be safe. Okay, well, they did a good job of making sure. Oh, this is not my kind of killer, guys. Okay, I can take chase, right? Okay, she doesn't care. I go do a gen in the middle. Maybe she'll chase me after. I think the only thing you would like to know more is which area should be careful. Just don't. Oh! There's just one area that I don't recommend you go to. I'll look it up. It's fairly it's fairly safe, Rebel. It's damn weave, bro. I would it's paying attention like any other big city when you're traveling, but nothing really bad, I would say. Just be mindful of, like, even in cities like Milan, I would just have the same precaution, honestly. Oh shit. Yeah, this is above my pay grades. I can't loop the spirit for the life of me. I don't know how to do it. Spirit's my top 3 most hated, guys. Ghostface, most hated. Spirit in place 3. And Oni has taken the second spot. Did he just give me back my medkit? That is so nice. I could have healed myself. They're all up there for me? Yeah. Except Ghostface, right, Glenny? You love Ghostface. You're an enjoyer. You're not. Bro, who left their medkit here? Like, this gen was almost done. Don't bait me. Yeah, I learned this from Paris. Best way to be safe is just common sense. That's it, Rebel. Just common sense. What's your top 3 then? Oh, this gamer's letting go. Well, I'm here. Top 3 most hated killers to face, guys. What's yours? I hate Ghostface most, then Oni, then Spirits. I don't think I mind any other killers. I think any other killer is fine for me. Maybe there's like a middle section. Hijack. Trickster. Plague Legion. Really? Yeah, I don't mind any of these. I mean, Trickster might be like in the middle group, not favorite to face. Cause knife spam? We don't see a lot of Plague these days. Legion, yeah, people just feel like Mending Simulator and stuff, right? I don't mind. I don't mind Legion. Not because they're strong, because they're annoying. Yeah, okay, that's fair. I wonder if that was a plot twist over there, by the way. Or if he actually went down. It was plot twist. That's crazy. I think she has all her gens on this side still. Whoa, I hear a gen with hella progress. Hold on. Let me pop this real quick. Hi Jack, how's your day going? Happy Wednesday. Yeah, games are alright. I'm trying to get chased. But this game is a spirit and I just die in chase because spirit things. Last game was a nurse. Who was struggling. Like, until the end, basically. Who's in the locker? Who is in the locker? Did she hear it? The crows. I think she heard. Oh, man. Well, if this girl knows where the gate is, she has a chance to get out, right? Nice. She takes the hit. She's got BT. I have Dead Art still, but this is going to be very complicated, gamers. Oh, well, I sort of hit it in time, if you think about it. He's gonna try and heal tech me. Oh, he can't now. I still gonna make it. That is so unlucky. No, he tries. Kobe, he's got deliverance, right? Wait. Wait, it's a compass ace. He's got deliverance. Hold on. I can't leave. He's got deli. Kobe. I told you guys. The comp ace has always got deliverance. I fucking knew it. What a gamer. Two great minds think alike, y'all. He knew. I didn't leave. Because I knew. Imagine. Nobody cared. It's just me. I got very excited about this. Everybody just left. I'm like, okay. The fuck? Why didn't anybody care about this? I could have just left and then he wouldn't have deli. But he did have deli and I knew it. Oh, they were live. A girl. She was good. Russian streamer. Gamers, if anybody's hopping in, please do let me know. We're gonna run a quick ad break before we go into the next game so you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. We'll be right back. So Glenny, you're saying Twins is your most hated? Ghoul still. Henry. Springtrap's not on there anymore, Glenny. Also, Henry doesn't count. Nobody likes Henry. Like, just if Henry's... Just take him out the mix. Henry doesn't count. It's a shitty killer. Yeah, Jake, I'm trying to get Chase, but it's not always working out. Last 2 games it's not been working out, but I have to practice my chases. You know what? I forgot about Henry. Yes! You don't have to put Henry though. Henry doesn't count because everybody hates him because it's boring. So you can keep Plague. Day's been good. Wonderful, Jack. Wonderful. Oh, Hag? You hate Hag? She's rare. You didn't want to put her? Yeah, the way the more I think about this, the more I realize the killer pool that we get is pretty much the same people all the time. Like, I don't get Hag, I don't get Plague, I don't get Twins, I don't get Legion. I'm good. Do I have... No, I don't. Okay, I'll keep Windows for now. I don't want to put points in. I need it for Dwight. You feel like you've been getting more Twins games since God of IQ went on the West Week? 100%, Glenny. He's continuing tomorrow, by the way. I think he left it at 500, no? He's trying to get to 621, if I remember correctly. Which is... gives him... like, the record. That's why I included them, even though they're usually rare. Yeah, no, I feel like a lot of people are getting, people are getting their Twins games in because of, Mike. Yeah, he's continuing the streak on, Thursday, because I was in his stream yesterday. Wesker? Wesker? Come back. Come back. No. Why was he already here? Didn't we just load into the game? Like, I couldn't even, like, have a look at anything. And he was already here. Did he lose the Thalita, actually? Okay. Whoa. Okay, I mean, everyone chase. I tried to take Chase, guys. He didn't chase me. You never enjoyed Twins? Yeah. I mean, when I'm just running Wiglif, I don't mind as much, but nah, definitely more like middle to bottom side of most hated killers. He's gonna come back, right? No, he's on Renato now. There's only 2 killers that you've never enjoyed a single game against, and that's Hag and Twins. If he comes back now, she's cooked. Yeah.
Too bad.
Haha! Finesse! He's worried about the S. Fuck.
Do you actually think you could defeat me?
Enjoy your daily doggo treats! Thank you for the 3, Miss Evelyn! Thank you for hanging out! You don't like Connect Me, but I've had a few games against good games against him. Oni and Ghostface, round at the rest. Can't
Must be
stand
humbling
him.
to suck on so many different levels.
It really does, Miss Evelyn. Like, I don't even know what I'm doing. One thing is sure. This Wesker knows what he's doing, and he means business. Oh my god, why are we back? Why are we back? Why are we back? He means business. Talita's like, who needs a spray? I just sit on gens. Still don't like Skull Merchant, but no one plays her, so I don't care. Yeah. Really people don't play her. I wonder if this gamer's ever faced a Wesker in her life. She seems so confused. We're at 5 gens, by the way. Nobody's on gens. Where's this Chase? Let me go take Chase. Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now? GG. I had finesse and everything, Glenny. You think you're ready to sit down? You're not making it before he goes second, gamers. Don't worry about it. He's camping it too. Oh, they got him. That's huge. I mean, we're all dead. We're all dead at 5 gens. Us. Oh, this makes me so sad. Because now I don't have my dead hearts. Okay, hold on, I can mend. Wesker feels very buggy. Nah, it is. I was getting a DM from Sealy yesterday and he said, Micah, is Wesker bugged right now? And I'm like, well, I know there's several things wrong with it. What do you mean? And he says, yeah, I don't know if this one's cheating or not. They can just spam vault their dash the entire game without it looks like there's no cooldown. And I'm like, oh, I don't know about that, but there's definitely a lot of things wrong right now. What is this Ashley doing? Is the FDS? He's just running into the killer. Oh. We're all just running into the killer, aren't we? You played a game of Springtrap last night, you kinda popped off? I think Springtrap could be a lot of fun, no?
You
I don't know what's going on here, y'all. Oh my god, that is so weird. Ashley wants his DS value so bad, he's not getting it. Renato got their DS value. I like how you asked if he has DS, where you can check. Oh yeah, I forgot. It was double. Yes, it was double DS. Delhi. I guess he never pulled that off. Where did that person... Oh my god. Okay, I pick Ashley. I don't know. Yeah, I keep forgetting about the perk thing. Is that why everybody was underwhelmed about my Ace has Delhi situation? Because I was pretty impressed myself. I can't hit that out apparently, it's fine. I'm getting used to the new mouse pad, so your pinup games weren't great. I mean, it takes a lot of time to get used to it, no? I don't know what happens in the Aces Delhi situation. So I forget to look at the perks, right, Jill? I don't look because I don't know. I forget. That you can see the perks. So, we're the last 3 people. I'm full health, it's a spirit. There's a person on hook and there's an ace opening the gates. So I go for the unhook. The V starts running towards the door. She takes the BT hit. I take the next hit. So now we're 2 people injured. The door was across the map. I hit my dead hard, but I don't make it. So I go down in the gate. The ace tries to heal tech me. Also goes down. The V runs out. Instead of picking me, Spirit picks the ace. So I kind of sit there for a minute, staying in the game. I'm on the floor, right? At the gate. And I'm like, wait. This is an ace. He's got Delhi. It's gotta be an ace. It's gotta be a comp ace with Delhi. Surely enough. Ace gets on the hook. I wait by the gate. He jumps off. Delhi Gaming. 3 men out. So I was super impressed with myself. That I thought... I realized... Ace had Delhi. Waited inside. Because if I would have left, he wouldn't have got the Delhi off. Delhi has plot twist. Yeah, exactly. So I was really impressed with myself, but nobody was impressed. But that's because people were like, yeah, you can literally see his perks on the thing, maybe. I don't know. I was impressed with myself. Hi, Dahlia. Welcome back. How was your appointment? You're loading? Okay, let me wait. I get a new drink. I did it without checking perks. I was really proud of myself. That ace would have been dead if I hadn't used my brain, you know what I'm saying? And as to not kill the move, that's all I'll say. Oh, I was having emotional expect buttons were good. Yeah, no, I mean you don't need to say anything else. That's a fairly good description. And good job. Let's play some mindless DVD gaming to make us feel better. How's your internet situation these days, Dahlia? Are you at your house or are you at your parents'?
I guess I could spare a few more minutes for you.
Oh, I don't know about your internet, but this darkerness is on ping. On jalaping. You're at your house is better than it used to be? Okay, good. That's good. Guys, I'm getting hungry. Should we get a snack after this? Like what do we think we should have? Do you guys have any snacks? What are you eating? What are y'all eating? Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. I think I'm on the escape gamer. But I'll swap out after this game. I have barbecue flavored rice cracker. I can eat that. You realized your computer was trying to connect to the wrong internet on the floor below you. Yeah. I mean, that's gonna be a massive difference. Another Wesker. Okay. I'll go find him. Not yet, though. I want to... Oh my god, a person with open hand... This sucks for me, by the way.
Just Exceptio.
Oh, man. You're not using your power. Are you not confident? I like my Wesker's confident, guys. Nah.
Too bad you won't make it.
Taste out rijstwafels? Nice. Wow, that's gonna make a big difference, Dahlia, if you're connecting to a different internet source. I can imagine it must be a lot better. Can I be honest with you? For a minute, I thought they were stroopwafels. Yeah, they look like stroopwafels, kinda. I understand that if you're not familiar with the packaging, then that makes complete sense to me. Yeah, open-handed, yo. I have visual on all of the pallets and windows pretty much across the map. Similar. I wonder if I can find a soap after the door. Yeah, you can get them at the supermarket Rebel. You don't even have to go to a special store. Every supermarket sells stroopwafels. I mean, if you want some high quality ones, like get one pack at like a bakery or something. Because that will be like a really good quality stroopwafel, but they're gonna be expensive. But if you just want to bring some stroopwafels for like snacking, munching, just enjoying, maybe give to some friends and family, you can consider the ones at the supermarket are fine. They are good stroopwafels, like 100%. I would eat them. Hi, Wesker. Fuck. No, come back. Regen your corner? Okay. There's a lovely medkit over here. Someone's got like appraisal or something. Look at all the stuff over here. I went to a store that was exclusive to Windows and it was great. Yes. Windows Gaming. Yes, Jill, I need it. You just went against a Wraith with the new Jester. It's an amazing outfit. I'm almost tempted to get it. Don't you think you'll get it by playing Drummer Witch? Do you expect you won't have enough time to get it? It's in the Rift, no? You can get it for free. Oh, you mean you get the Rift Pass? Yeah, the way I see the Rift Pass, Drummer Witch, sorry, I'm making a lot of assumptions here, but like the way I see the Rift Pass is I usually end up getting it when I know that I will get my return of my Auric cells, you know? You don't play enough and I usually get the pass. I understand that. I understand that. Yeah, I usually wait. He has no idea where anyone is. Flopped it. She still has BT. Fuck. I'm already losing my shit here. Over these chases. Hey. He doesn't even want me now. And he's gonna get blast mine, no? Oh man, that just ran out. Hold on. Oh, you're kidding me. 100 ping, bro. 100 ping. Good sabos, good sabos. We love to see it. Windows brain rot, as Kyle would say, and then I'll still take that. But you still take that build! Yeah, I know, Jill. I know. I know. I love Cal. I really do. But his actions and his words aren't always aligning. You always get it first day. Because I know I'll be done with it way before the new ones inside. Same, he's funny. He's very funny. You've got 640 Auric cells, so I may... Ah, yeah. Spring for the pass and grind for this time. Yeah, again, Drummer Witch, like, you have time, right? You can get it in the last week and see how far you've gotten. The only thing is obviously you won't get the rewards until you redeem it. But if you're unsure if you're gonna play enough to get the stuff that you want, you could consider... I don't know what happened. She was maybe on the Resi. Maybe I fucked the Resi player again, guys. Because I'm always too quick on the heels. That was a good dead art. I enjoyed that. Where's Wesker? He got the killer instinct on me, right? I'm gonna get chased. Oh, the ping, bro. The ping is clocking me right now. It's annoying. I'm stuck. I don't make it anywhere. Fuck! I'm getting really tired from this chase practice, and I don't feel like I'm learning anything, I'm gonna be honest. Thanks, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 62. Happy Wednesday. When's cat day? When are we getting these cat days? Nice, good chase, Dahlia. Well done. You got stuck. You got stuck. I saw. Well done. It's so bad, Taste. The fact that I'm focusing on this now makes me realize how bad I am in chase, honestly. And it's frustrating. And also, sometimes I try to take first chase and they won't chase me. You're bad in chase? I'm abysmal? No, Dahlia. Don't say that. Your chases have improved so much since we started playing tournaments. Yes, we're both learning. This is true. Is anyone joining? By the way, if I overlook somebody that wants to join, just like hop in. If everybody's cool, just chilling and hanging out, I'm cool too. You pressed enter before your brain could go. Hold on, this isn't true. Yeah. Don't worry. You run killer for 5 gens. That gets told you're bad killer is map. In map, yeah, bad. You're bad at life. Bad map, bad killer. I know. Decent in life, decent at DVD. I think you're acing life, Dahlia. I think you're doing fine. Balance is good though. What are y'all having for dinner, guys? I got spare ribs with some vegetables and some potatoes from the oven. Kip! Nice. What kind of kip, though? Yeah, tasty. Very tasty. I like how other people tell me that I'm bad at the game after they get juiced. Yes. But that's... Sorry, Dahlia. I forgot cake again. That's because, the only response, right, to save your own honor if you get juiced is to say to the other person that they're bad. That's the only thing you can do to save your own honor. I don't know. You're gonna order something, but I kind of hate everything local. Really? Is it because everybody's selling fish? And you're just not cultured like that. Cool? Okay. Bro, he's not on me. I'm not chasing him. Hold on. I take tag. That's so frustrating. Also, no dead ads. Okay. Oh, I don't make this, do I? Yeah, I do. Bam, bam, right? No. Okay. Why does he have 3 dashes? That normal? Yeah, I have nothing, he knows it. Bro, if I'd gone straight here, I would have made this window. Everything I like shuts down? Oh shit. If it's not a curry house, it closes. Oh, yeah, okay, that's annoying. You got chicken drumsticks out the freezer? Nice. Trying to slowly get through all the used stuff I have in there. I know, that's what I do. I go through these periods where I'm like, okay, we've gotta empty this freezer out. Me yelling, you make it, Trust! It's normal. You love a good curry? Good curry, though. It's good, but you don't need only curry houses, right? You want to switch things up? You're infected with the mark. Oh, that's why it was 3. Thank you, Phoenix. See, I don't know these things. Friends. Okay, fun. Leg, thank you for the dance. I need to try and get a dance thing going. Is Dahlia still on Nick somewhere? And why can't I see it there? Okay, T-pose. Thank you for the dance, guys. Okay, friends. I go this way, I don't know. Hi, Piatti. Welcome in, GG's. Oh, the Wesker from the Dead Sands game. Yes, GG's. I do enjoy a good Wesker game. Well played. I hope you're having good games today. Happy Wednesday. I appreciate you stopping by. Thank you for the dance, Lake. Welcome back. I don't know. What do I loop here? Bro, I almost made it to this pallet. When you have 15 curry house in the town with like 32k. Yeah. You went to Albert Heijn the other day and saved 45 euros buying 70. That means that's what I do, Taze. I only buy the meat on discount and I just chuck it in my freezer. Every so often I remember there's so many characters in Odyssey. I know, and I just can't be bothered to keep up with the details, Phoenix. I just want to play, you know? I hope you're having a good Wednesday, Phoenix, and thank you for stopping by. You have to wait until 5 PM before I'm allowed to drive away from when I need to load. You have to wait until 5 PM before you're allowed to drive away from where I need to load? Oh my god! Okay, well you take a little break, right? You don't pay attention to the 1 million ghoul scrims we've done? No! I'm just trying to survive. Listen, you try and play when you're shit in Chase and you try to like not lose your mind playing against a ghoul like Georgie. There's no room to learn anything. You're just like running and praying to God that maybe you won't die instantly this time, you know? I'm not learning nothing. It's easy as soon as you badge you get Mark. And as long as it's there, he has 3 dashes. Yeah, I didn't know. Customers can order until 5. If someone makes an order, they still have to take it to deliver tomorrow. Holy shit. Hi, Alfie. You can join if you want. Yeah, we've got a spot. Did you play any Billy games, Alfie, during 2v8, or do you not play 2v8? You hate this killer? I know, Dahlia. You had a Mexican place? I was gonna say, Mexican food is nice. Did a pulled pork burrito and it was your favorite and then it closed? Shit! Yeah, that sucks. You think you're shit because you don't trust in your own brain. I mean, have you been watching, Jill? Like, holy shit. Mexican's your favorite cuisine? I didn't realize that, Glenny. I remember we spoke about Mexican food before. I love Mexican food as well. You played Billy and against, and I think it was Billy. That's why I was asking, because I remember, Alfie, that you played Billy. I remember, and then you joined us for Survivor. And then you got upset about something. I'm trying to remember what it was. I think we weren't doing gens. You're very welcome to come play some games with us. That's so unlucky. M is just chilling doing gens, nothing else has any importance. That's my favorite thing to do though. The more I play this comp shit, the more I realize I just want to do gens. I fucking hate being chased. But I need to get better, because there's no way around it. If I get found first, my team just dies, because I instantly die. And we didn't do any gens. It's a problem. It's a problem that needs addressing. Shit, the window's on the other side. I don't make it back. And I don't have dead art because of the fucking thing. Fuck you! Oh, I'm fine. Hold on. That's why we're trying to take Chase today. That's why I'm saying this. I can see that you make a play and then have go on with instead of fully trusting. You died and Chase at the window, and what's the first thing you said? Damn, if I went to the window right, I would have made it. Yeah. But like, that's the problem, right? For some reason, I can't make the right decisions. You win every game. Everyone dies in 2 seconds. You win nothing. You lose. Not as in you win no games, but there's no prize. You're unclear. You were very unclear. Stop bullying. Yes, Jill. I understand what you're saying. But the problem is I don't know how to solve it. And it's frustrating me. Me bullying? Never. You know what happened the other day? Like, I'll tell you this. Oh yes, Elfie, sorry. I knew there was someone joining. Yeah, that's what Avian's been saying all year, last year. Trusting in yourself. I don't know. Alright, so, when I was doing the editing for the TikTok from yesterday, right, with the the flashbang save with the speed boost, and after our playing RV there yet, I was like, oh, I want to take a look at the that TikTok from the Peak games we did. Thank you, Dahlia. Thank you, thank you. You saw the clip, the short. Yes, I saw you reacted to that. So I was scrolling through my TikToks trying to find it, and it took so long. I ended up finding it, and I had a good laugh because there's the one with the mushroom lake is so funny. It's so good. Like, I just laugh from watching us laugh over that. But you know what I discovered? That one of my old TikToks got 10k views. Like, that's my highest view on TikTok ever. And it's the stupidest TikTok that I made. Yes, it's over 10k. I've pinned it to my TikTok. You don't have TikTok, but it's the one with the when Crossou released the chase music reminded me of the Safri Duo song. So I made a TikTok on that, and apparently that hit 10.3k views. And I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm gonna send it to you. So that was a pretty cool discovery. So I've pinned it to my TikTok now. You still haven't gone against the Crossou? Nobody's playing her these days, Dahlia. You dipped in the right moment, honestly. It sounds cheesy, but playing is how you conquer this. I've been playing for 8,000 hours. I mean, there's a reason why I expanded beyond Die for Cheese, right? Because I don't feel like I'm learning the things that I want to learn there. It's a wonderful group to play with. And I'm really happy I was able to join the way I joined. But right now, I need to make another step. Let me go find this alien. Did he spawn downstairs? So having joined the other teams is both a good thing and a bad thing. It's a good thing because I have another chance at learning more. The bad thing is you get heavily confronted. Oh shit. With the stuff that you're not good at, you know? Yeah, okay. That's fair, Jill. With the information I have now, it's only been 300-400 hours. That's true. But it makes me feel so dumb. Like, I have 8,000 hours. How did I never address this before? Because people look at 8,000 hours and they're like, oh my god, this is a juicer, you know? And I'm like, yeah, no, I just do gens, gamer. You don't understand. Why am I blind? Is it Mindbreaker or something? Using new info of Datsuk I used to and learn how to use it in Chase. Yeah. I just gotta keep pushing. Hold that thought. Okay. You gotta be in PC with friends. I'll catch you later. Thanks for hanging out, Rebel. Have a fun time. I also love to watch Beggar Crazy Moments. Me too. Me too. I have so many clips still, like, I need to find more time. Maybe I'll... Let me get this chase. Hold on. Hello, alien. Is he even here? Where did he go? Where do people see that are check your hours in pubs, right? I don't know. Do you not think that in comp people are like... Are you kidding me? Like, check these things or want to know these things? Oh. I don't know. I just feel dumb. That's nothing you can do anything about. That's just what I'm feeling. Pops 90% of fears I'm not gonna 2-tap. Yeah, okay, that's true. That's true. Fuck me. Yeah, he's coming here, Dahlia. Look at Georgie. He's killer, and before... Hold on. He's killer, and before we load in the game, he checks hours and he says, as a joke, let me find out who's candy. Yeah. Fuck, that's a good fucking tail hit. Holy hell. But if you think about it, right? Who isn't candy against your... Yeah, okay. You can have 520k. He'll 2-tap you on Spirit. It's true. That is so true. He might even get a bit more nervous playing against the higher odds for whatever reason. Some might make mistakes. Yeah. I mean, I see other people make mistakes as well. It's just, it's like you get so insecure about this one thing. And it becomes this big thing, you know? This is a horrible spot to be at, by the way. Oh, it's ultimate weapon. If we stay here together, Mr. Dwight, we're cooked, you're aware, yes? And the average hour in comp is like 1500. That's true. I see a lot of gamers around those hours. And I don't have those hours in comp, right? My 8000. I easily say, I comfortably say my 8k hours is all pubs. Everything above that, maybe comp. Because even though we scrim together, for Die for Cheese, apart from the one tournament, I haven't played a single tournament with Die for Cheese, except for the Unity in the Fog. Oh my god, this is so unlucky. That art and the Jin, that's huge. Hold on. Are you kidding me? He hits everything. I don't know. Do I loop this? This is gonna be miserable now. He just hits over it. Oh my god. And now my dead arts. Fuck. Sorry, Dahlia. TR keeps on going poop? Yeah. Doesn't he lose his TR? If he goes in a tunnel or something? Whoa! On the HUD, you look dead, Dahlia! Eee. That's how I tell myself it's okay to mess up in chase. But then again, I'm the person who makes mistakes in tournaments and go down fast and then 5-gen loop. Yeah, and troll around the clubs. We've talked about this, yes. Insecurities and calm. Yeah, I do. I feel that. You know what's even more crazy? These people have done so many tourneys and stuff. Most of them haven't even won. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's true. Like, only so many people win tourneys, right? You don't have dead art you don't have dead art on E though. Yeah, okay. But you know, right? You know. We visualize the E when I play dead art, even though it's like X for me. But saying X is kind of not cool for trying to hit a dead art, you know? Kruisje. Kruisje. We had a killer earlier, guys, and their name was Hex Patatzak. What do you think? Dutchie? It's Adept, guys. I think bro is on Adept. Well, I tried. Wonderful. Ah, this door's closed. He picks. What's in here? Nothing. Yes, he is kicking our ass. Like, he's really good. He's really good on Alien. Okay, now he's just cheating. Oh, he didn't know. I'm just throwing. I pressed that R, bro. I swear to God. You're an Xbox controller, so X is a different. Yes. it just shows that Perks doesn't have to carry you on killer. If you're good on killer, your skills, then perks don't matter. Ever so slightly too fried for DVD? All good. Wakey wakey. GG's. GG's. You didn't Alfium said not Alfie. You didn't see that you didn't see the alien coming. I was gonna take the hit for you.
Where is everyone?
You go play on Nintendo and then the mirrored Xbox. It's mirrored, yes. Oh, he broke the door? Oh, I could have gone right through it. Thank you, you didn't play this game. Yeah, the animation I saw? I don't know. Hi! Howdy! See me in the same scene for the tourney. Sorry not being around. Be busy with personal problems. I understand. I understand. Welcome in. Yeah, I hope we can get some games in this week. Although my schedule's a fucking nightmare these days. I see Papa Thor's on with Toilet, Kelly, Mikey, and Sarah right now. Yeah, I mean, look after yourself first. How do I call you? What do you prefer, Mr. Lambs? Fam Lambs? Mr. Fam Lambs? Yeah, it would be wonderful to get some games in at some point. And, you know, your personal life takes priority. Like, don't worry if it's not fitting to play games or to, like, fit in tourney prep. We'll wing it on the day. I'm not stressed. You never even thought about that. Wait, you go... Oh, yeah, that's true, Jill. It's the other way around. You got Switch and Xbox, but I always use your PS5. Oh, right, yeah. Then you never have to worry about it. I obviously changed from the Nintendo Switch to PlayStation, and I was like, why is it turned around? That's so annoying. I've had Nintendo and Xbox, so yeah, you know, yes. For me, it was Switch, Nintendo Switch, and PlayStation. I feel like this is the first time they didn't make 2v8 run longer. So that's funny, Dahlia, did you say that? I had this exact same discussion with Glenny the other day. Because 2v8, when they extended 2v8 every time, it has been a 2-week period. So it was always 2 weeks, and then they would extend it the 3rd week. But the last 2 iterations of 2v8, they had already scheduled it for 3 weeks both times. So they didn't extend it to a 4th week, which makes sense. Fams or lambs, whatever you prefer. Cool, cool, cool. Do you, Lambs, do you play mostly Survivor or Killer? This is not good. Hex Undying. Oh. Wait, what? Was that a slingshot? Guys, did we run into Alizé again? Okay, so Thrill, Undying. Something, something. Imagine it would be cool. I ran into Alizé the other day on 2v8. Like, I was actually playing... I don't make this. I don't make this before I get clocked with the birds. Maybe I make this because she's going basement! Okay, I make this. Whatever it is gone now. Okay. Oh my god, that was very close. Did you guys see the birds? No, 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 no! Nice, I went the right way. That was beautifully played, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, I was 2v8. I was playing with Mikey and Toilet from the tourney. And, holy slingshot! Everybody's getting clocked with these birds, y'all. Mostly Survivor, a couple thousand hours in Hunters. Nice! Okay, they went for the save. That's good. She's back. She's camping this. I mean, the only advantage I think of the camping is that maybe the unhook didn't trigger any... She's not Devour then. Maybe it's... Is it Ruin? Oh. So Undying, Ruin, Thrill? I don't know which one's gone. Ruin's still up, clearly. Oh my god, the tunnel? Oh, she's not online? Okay, so then... Another good artist player. Good check, Dahlia, good check. I load into this game, and as we're waiting, like in the loading, in the match screen, I see that Alizé is live. She just gone live, like 10 minutes. So I just wanted to go in and say hi. So I'm mid saying, hi Alizé, and she's like, hey, how are you? And we load into a lobby and she goes, Micah, what the fuck? And I was like, what? I came to say hi. Literally, I'm in her lobby. She's duo gaming with Rock Rose. You want to heal or no? And I'm facing her. She was on It was nurse and something. It was a fun time. You bet your ass that she nodded at me and I clicked at her and all the toxic stuff happened, but it was a good game. I know, that is crazy. I don't know where she think I went, but I'm not there. I can tell you that much. She's camping this hill, no? Oh my god, this hill is so long. I think I'm just gonna crawl away from that hill. I don't know. Good effort. It's not gonna work. Head out for goodbye party for a roommate. Alright, have fun, Dahlia. Thank you for the games. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you have a fun time at the party. Oh shit, of course, Lake. I cleansed Undying. See, I'm tired from all this chase. I don't even remember basic stuff now. Of course it's Undying. Thank you for having me and cheering me up. Of course, Dahlia. Any day. Anytime, any day. Nice! Babysitter. Oh my god, Elfie, I don't know. I don't know about this gamer. No. Oh my god, you lasted so long still, even in that shitty situation that we were in. I wonder if you're going back on the hill. Oh, I think she knows. Oh, it's Ruin. They're back on the hill, bro. Yeah, I mean, I can't take this guy. I'm gonna. Oh! I'm gonna be honest, that was kind of hot. What's the situation? I found the spy. I don't think this is the time, but I found another totem. Where is this down? Oh, this is not good. Okay, she's picking. Okay, I make this. This is a rough game, guys. This artist is really good. Do you think she'll slug? Nice. I'm hitting my grades, guys. I'm hitting my grades. Going back to the gen. Shit. I don't want to go down in basement. Elfie found another totem. Do we just take all the totems, guys? Do you think? I saw the other one here. Oh shit. Wait, it was... Bro, how am I so ever to find... Ah, I found it. It's here. What is this totem location? I think I should have stuck it, honestly. I think she's checking gens. Don't see me. This is me. Okay, maybe I should just do a gen. Alfie definitely found the totem here. Is there a gen here? Hello. With the stream delay, it's rough to pinpoint where to go. Is it in the tile or is it at a separate hay bale? Ah. Okay, it's here. I don't know if this is the way, guys, but... Is it 11? I don't think I ever learned this map, but it would make sense to me that this is 11. So, is this Thrill or is it Ruin? Main's 12. Yes, that makes total sense. Okay, it was Thrill, so this is the Ruin. Okay, I got Chase. Oh my god, there she is! Rose, I was just talking about you! Thank you so much for the raid! Hi Sarah Jane, welcome in, Variety D, hello, hello!
GOR0
Satanic
say rated your
Bitch,
channel
hello.
with 36 viewers.
Ash Digby, welcome in. Rose, I was literally just talking about you because we got an artist game and her first hit was like this insane, like, oh my god, Dead Art, don't mind me. There's this insane snipe and I'm like, wait, is this Alize again? And then I started talking about how I ran into you and Alize when you guys were duoing on 2v8 the other day. That's insane. Geo bets have landed. Welcome in, everyone. Brogan Toast. Hi. How was your stream, Rose? I've seen you play some Myers earlier. You were on that killer. Nah, that was a fun game.
Ash
That was a
Digby
fun
followed your
game.
channel.
Hi, Mim K. Milim K. I don't know words, guys. Words are hard. Rose is back from the fog. They're bringing the heat. Iridescent K-Main is all about 2v8 life, dishing out killer lobbies, and dropping some serious AOT skin giveaways. From duos with fellow streamers to solo Kushinens, Geo's stream is a horror fan's paradise. Don't miss out on the fun. Join the lobby and get the party started. Thank you so much for taking your community here. I really appreciate it. Gamers, if you came in with the raid with Rose and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm primarily a Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm an official creator as well. I'm a survivor main. I have 18 P100s. I love playing Dead by Daylight. And when I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting. I'm dog sitting. Work at a horse's stables. Welcome in, everyone. How have games been today? Really good. They're really good. Yeah, so normally I'm that girl that does gens, right? I love doing gens. I'm always happy just sitting on a gen. Oh my god, you got hit with an ad break. I'm so sorry. That is unfortunate. I didn't see. We'll be right back, gamers. We'll be right back. Hi, Corpus. Welcome in. How are you? Ash Digby, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel. Rose and Jerry Daily Doggo Treats. Doing great. Corvus, wonderful. I'm good. Thank you. I'm good. Yeah. I was saying that I'm usually that girl that does gens. I love smashing gens. But I have to work on my looping skills for the journeys that I'm working on. You can play a survivor for me because it's not letting me redeem it. Of course. Which one? Can you play a survivor? Which one though, Alfie? I don't know if I have to do it now. I don't know. Quen? I don't know what build I have on, but I can press it and we'll find out. Alright, apparently I'm on Bond, Desperate Measures, Adrenaline, and Life. Here we go. We got Quen's in game. Ash, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the one. Yeah, it's been good games, but I'm trying to like take chase, and yeah, it's frustrating. You know, I am better strategizing on my gens, my unhooks, and my heals. But I have my wonderful community here, so it's always a good time. We're gonna go for another couple hours here, gamers. If you want to hang out. Rose, I really appreciate you taking the community here. Thank you so much. Glad to hear that you had a fun stream. I understand if you need to raid and run, please do look after yourself. Do your post-stream care. Let's see. We go into the next game. What killer are we gonna get? I don't have my looping build on now. But also I don't know that it's made any difference. Good map though. I like myself some Dead Dog. Alright. If we spawned 1, they spawned like 9. It's Nemi. Okay, hi, I'm here. This is kind of not where I want to chase, but okay, big swings, big boy. I don't know. Okay, that light's coming in handy. Oh, Rose, I was saying I understand if you need to raid and run. Please do look after yourself. Get your post-stream care. And thank you so much again for taking the community here. I really appreciate it. Why do I have a feeling he has Bam Bam? Because he does have Bam Bam. Oh, I get clocked here. He's fast as fuck. Okay. Oh no! That was a good hit, I'm gonna be honest. That was really good. That was a good hit. It's boiling in your room at the moment. It's been hot weather you're in, no? Have fun games and stream. I'm sure I'll see you again. Yes. 100% Rose. Have an amazing rest of your day. And yeah, we should have fun games here. Blood? Is that... I didn't even realize it was... He has the... What's the... I have no words today, y'all. I think we should go, honestly. Blood. It's got something to do with blood and pellets. That hits, yo. Blood favor, thank you. I was like blood pack, blood warden, blood, something blood. No Ghostface this time. Corvus, you will not believe on Monday, right? It was our last 2v8 session. We had 7 Ghostface. 7! For those of you that don't know me, Ghostface is my most hated killer. I can't stand him. I find it so boring. Whoa. Monday we had 7 Ghostface on 2v8. Why do I have a feeling he's still looking for me? Adam was on a totem twice, but I'm not sure if it was a doll. Oh. I don't remember seeing any totems here. Although, I didn't check water tower. Doll. Yay. Hi. Okay, this is spicy. What am I watching, yo? Yo, Adam! Gamer, you're gonna need to go and fix that situation over there with the 2 people down. There's no way he hits everything, guys! Are you kidding me right now? This man is lethal with the tentacle, not so much with the M1. I have adrenaline. Everybody quick, do 4 gens. I'm gonna make it out of this game. You got hit through a box? Nah, I'm gonna get tunneled here and it's GG's, honestly. Yeah, there's no time. If he comes back, there's literally nothing I can chase, can use to loop here. Wait, is... There he is, there he is, there he is, there he is. I'm gonna chase main next time, I think. I think that's the play here. Nice! That was a pretty long chase for how little you had to work with over there. Nah, Jill, I'm not kidding you. He hits everything with that whip. Look at that! You're dodging and weaving and he still gets everything. Oh shit, I thought we said next chase was main. Ah, it doesn't matter. I go pick up. Oh, I have desperate measures. That's so nice. I miss my healing perks in my chase build. Ah, this is no point. There's no point. There's no point. Oh, this is not good. Where is this? Nice. Zombie. Found him. We can never quite seem to get this middle gen done. That's unlucky. I should really take a fucking serum, but the only one that's left on the map is diagonally the furthest across the map from me. Right, if he comes to me, I have a problem. Because I kind of want to chase Main. But he's kind of like in between me and Main. Adam's not on a gen, so I'm gonna assume that he's actually not in a corner throwing another pebble, but that he's going for the unhook, because I can stick my gen. Otherwise, this game is going nowhere. Although, it doesn't look like he's actually going for an unhook. I'll give it a little time and then I'll go. I'm nervous now. Reassurance. Okay. Reassurance is good. Reassurance is good. Bro, I miss Bond so much. It helps me make my decisions better. Can you finish the middle gen, please, Adam? Like... Oh, camaraderie. Nice one. A beam? For me? Where did he go? Oh, found him. Wait, are we slugging this? Nah, he's comp as fuck, him. Okay. Everything just hits. Everything just hits. I have nothing here. Oh. And now he picks. Oh. Oh my god. Wow, good effort. Oh, shit. Good effort, Alfie. Nah, this guy's just cracked a killer. I look at people's perks at the start, remember? I remember it now, Jill. I remember it. Do you think I wiggle? I don't think I crawled far enough. No, not even near far enough. I should have kept crawling corner. Not even close. Right. Oh, I'm gonna change back to Ada. And I'm gonna put my food in the oven, and then we'll be right back. We'll go into. I'll ready up. We can go into the next game. The balanced landing head-on gamer. He got hatched. GG's. Okay, be right back.
What is this?
Forgot to change character, didn't I? As soon as I went downstairs, I heard a voice line. And I was like, oh, I'm Quinn again. Alright. Dredge. That's the second dredge we've had today. Where did he go? Oh, he's already in chase. Okay, I'll do a gen. And I'll take next chase. Oh. A says Dead Hard, Windows, Kindred, Resi. W. Force Hezi, that's why. That's not good. I don't think I make this. Unless he does that, then I'm fine. Our dailies have reset, gamers. The way I went Poglog. I don't know what I'm gonna do here. Okay. Do I have a pellet here, hold on. Oh my god, what am I doing to myself? I don't know where I am, I don't know where I'm going, everything is dark. Ah! Okay, it was a decent chase. I was happy with my shit at Shack. Worth it. Well, problems. No more problems, no more problems, no more problems. Why is he not TPing? Well, he did. I think it was a mistake. Thank you, Jill. He's here. Okay. We continue chase. He lost me. Well done, Jill. I made it to main. Shit. Oh my god! I forgot I had a Dranyo! I was just like yapping. Did he give up? No, he's chasing someone. He's here by the gates. Yes, I already dropped this pallet, didn't I? Oh, I'm so slow. Nah, that was so... That... Did you feel like it was love making it to his adrenaline, Jill? Because it felt like that for me. Like, holy hell. Gate at boat? Gate at boat, Jill? Are you out? What's happening? Between the pier and boats. Yes, yes, yes. Straight ahead. Good. Holy chase. How are you typing as you're running, Jill? I can't with you. Great chase. Thank you. This was good chase. So, is Forced Hezzy... Why? Rapid Brutality... When you injure its haste. Forced Hezzy? When you down a survivor. Oh, the other survivors are hindered. And Stabaffel. Okay. I was there for a save, but you didn't need it. Really? Steven? I have no perks or anything on Steve. Elfie, I can play. Do you want me to put on Scene Partner for Steve or no? Because that's the only... I have one perk slot and I'm not putting points into him. This is my baby Steven. Do you want me to run Scene Partner, or should I go perkless, or any other perk would you want to see? Do I have points for you? No, sorry, I have nothing on Steve. Oh, we're Steve together? Together we are Steven. Just up. No, there's no, there's no, I'm not putting points into Steve. It's my, It's kind of like my thing here at the community. I don't put points into Steve. He's my baby Steven. You are Pogluck too. You unzoned yourself, so I went to do that. I saw you when I ran away. I saw you running there, and I was like, oh, well, I think I can manage.
I must be out of my mind.
Adrenaline? Okay. There. You got my P0 level 1 character as well. Who is it, Jill? Adrenaline saved me? It did, Alfie, it did. But I think for the other games, we didn't make it to endgame, did we? It's fine. We can try. Something you'll never see me play. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Is it like, the Belmont guy? Or do you like a cape? Only in TV, anything you got? 2 of them, can't remember which ones to check after. You got the skin. Oh, you got skins. Okay, okay. Is it? Is it like, it has to be like a newer character, right? Like the recent 2 years, not like an old character. Oh, maybe Jonah. Oh, you didn't. Don't let Glennie hear it. It's his birthday. You cannot say these things.
Who let the dogs out?
Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel. I hate this man.
Ted_Sandyman followed
Clown.
your channel.
GG's. Happy Wednesday, gamer. Welcome in. It's a totem build again. Thrill of the Hunt. Or Zarina. Really? Zarina? She's got great skins. 2 people on totems. Okay. Okay, that wasn't Thrill, but it's 1 gone. Well, Jill's already injured. That's good. That was Haunted Grounds. Okay, tile next to Shack totem as well. 4 lane. Okay. Well, we got 2 totems and a gen out that. So far, no Haunted Grounds value. Hi, Colonel. Welcome in. How are you? Fuck, bro. That was the last second of Haunted Grounds as well. House games? We're chilling, Colonel. We're chilling. It's been alright. How was your Wednesday? Oh my god, that's basement if I ever see it. Ah, it's dull now, so it was haunted grounds. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, that was a blast mine wiretap, and we all got to see it. Oh, it's such a pity, because this... Oh my god! That gen had so much progress. Bro, we made it out of the basement. That was kinda insane. You're good? Wonderful, I'm glad to hear it. Hi, friends! Heals? Good basement save there. W. Hey, my husband's here. Hold on, gamers. I'll be right back. I'm back. Just catching up with my husband real quick. Talking about dinner. I love how I'm always what I call, we do co-cooking, right? Because you guys know I have a lot of different jobs, right? So I work at the horses, I do cat sitting, I do dog sitting. I have an office job part-time. Project base. That has to be... Oh, it's not. Unlucky. But when my husband goes to the office, like, I feel bad if he also has to make dinner. Because he's already been to the office all day, right? But because of my stream time, I can't always, like, make food when he comes home. So I always do groceries and I decide what we eat, which he doesn't mind because he hates doing groceries. And I always ask at the beginning of the week if there's something he would like to have. So like if he... Oh, so if he wants it, you know, I'll be sure to get it. So it's still Thrill Devour, so it's a full hex build. And it looks to me like Thrill and Devour are still up. So I decide what we eat, I get the groceries, and then during the afternoon, I try to prepare most of the food. So all he has to do is either, like, cook the last thing, if it's like fry the meat, or... take something out of the oven. So we're kinda... That was Thrill, at least. So we do what I call co-cooking. Makes me very happy. Because I like to do grocery shopping, and I like to decide what we eat. But I can't... do all of the last food prep when he comes home from work because of streams, right? So the co-cooking thing just works out really well for us. I found the last totem, but I have to mend. Colonel, are you hopping in for some games? How is your Wednesday going? Gamers, Colonel's already Airy 1, both on Survivor and Killer. So impressed. Colonel, do you ever still stream? Or would you ever still want to stream? I don't know, I just hold W. Oh, he's already here. Yeah, you can join. Cool. Are you excited about anniversary next month, Colonel? What is this map? You saw that small mode gameplay? I miss it. Looks fun. The small mode? Ah, he's just camping this, no? Oh! Did you see that online somewhere? Was that like, Oh, this is my gen. I'm sad. I don't make it anywhere. I'm just running. This is why I'm gonna play clown, guys, when I'm playing killer. Cause you just run after everyone. Double speeds. GG easy. Kitty catty gay. Oh! They fell all the way down. Scrim annulé. Ah! No scrim this night. Okay. Hold on. I don't have scrims. Um... Hold on. I didn't. I was reading, I was reading Discord messages because my schedule just changed.
What is this?
Oh, you couldn't see it because of the bottle? That's funny, though. You're crawling hatch? Go for it. Holy shit. Hatch a check, you think? Okay. Go for it. Beautiful. Yay, yeah, GG's, well played. This is so weird. GG's indeed.
Crazy. This is crazy.
Hi Lofts, welcome in. How are you? Happy Wednesday. Happy Glenny's birthday. I was wondering if after all this time you'd like to meet. Hello, it's me. Yes, let's meet. To go over everything? Yes. Jill knows. Loft, are you playing Old League on Sunday? Because I'm trying to figure out why we only have 3 people when I'm 100% sure we had more than 3 people when I planned it. And I've decided that you're the problem. They say that time's supposed to heal ya. But I ain't done much healing. Oh my god, you guys, you know all the lyrics of all the good songs. Let's go. Aren't I always a problem? Yes! That's why. I sang. Did you sing it with me? Love, did you sing it with us? Hold on, I have to find the killer. Let me go mid-map. Another ghoul. Christ. Blood Favor again. Wait, this one was called Blood Favor, right? Thank you, gamer. Oi! It's gone, guys, it's gone, it's gone, it's gone! Oh, so close. You were trying not to because things, but if you need me, I can do my best. Of course I sang it with you. How could I not? You guys, you were singing together. Me and you got to go on this map yesterday. It was strong. I heard! Gamer, I heard all about this ghoul! Weren't they like the champion of ghoul? Champion ghoul or something? I heard everything, gamer. I'm completely up to date. Yeah. I heard. I also heard you had a Delulu Jake, or was that just Jill? No, you were in that game. Someone who claimed that they were doing all the chase when they were sitting in a corner or something? Something like that? Something good? Good stuff? Oh, he was the Lulu, alright. You were getting hella tunneled? No. Why is it always you? Loft, why are you the problem? I was doing most of the chase. Nah, people are delusional. You got involved? I know, there was beam saves. Jake, why didn't you leave? Oh no! Alfie almost had the totem. Why didn't you leave? Yo, Loft, you know who raided us today? 7. We got raided by 7 earlier, and then by Rose as well. All the gamers are coming together to, you know, spread the love for the DVD. Yes! It's pretty cool. You're a huge fan of his work? I know! Especially Pig on Midwich, right? Yeah, gamers, if you didn't know, we faced 7 centimeters Pig on Midwich in a tourney 2 weeks ago. They were so strong. It was very difficult to play that game. They are so good at killer. Was that Blood Favor? Good. Oh, this is not good. This is not good. This is not good. This is fine. I took that very wide, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, that's what I thought. No. Wait, how did I end up back at this tile, y'all? Oh, arrows were made. Hold on. No data. Scary killer. Yeah, 100%. No, I was super honored that they... Oh, God. Off the record? That they chose to raid me today. That's it. You're bringing Flowside Thrill again? Yeah, we had a lot of totem builds today, Jill. Oh my god, you're a gamer. You are an absolute gamer. Shit. Oh my god. The insta trade. Damn, you had to run that zone because of active gens, which killed me quicker? Yeah. Yeah, that sucks. Fuck, is this DMS? Oh shit, Jill. Oh my god. Oh! Wow! Okay. Interesting. Is it a 3-gen with... Hi Only, welcome in. How are you? Happy Wednesday. Oh, fuck, 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 fuck. Yeah, lag. Makes sense. Oh, Colonel's dead. Gamer, I don't think we make this. Ah, she had a ping res on Colonel still. I run. You got home from work was rough one, but we survived. Okay, good, good, good. Well, you've got your free time now only. Get some rest, recover. Where's the hatch at this UFO these days? If you bring a hatch offering at shack, is it here? Dead art? No, probably Kaneki bites. Or maybe dead art. Jill's fighting for his life. I wonder if I could have done the gen in all this time. Meanwhile, I'm just chilling in fucking shack. Oh. No hatch offering? Or just not go here? Well, surely she's checked here already. This ghoul seems stronger than the one from yesterday? I don't know, maybe that thing doesn't count as shack. Gamers, we're gonna run a quick ad break. We're gonna run it now before we go into the next game, so you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. Yeah, you held her off for so long. I could have probably done a gen. Elfie, are you done? Thank you so much for the games. I appreciate you hopping in. I need a quick toilet break, guys. We will be right back. Booting? Okay, cool. We'll be right back. We're playing Fung again these days. Ugh. Using the BP? Okay, fair enough. Yes, you did. Against the dredge, mind you, Loft. I pulled a Loft. 4-gen chase into the adrenaline gamer. It feels so good, doesn't it? It really does. Guys, you want to see my food? Look what we made. I got potato wedges with spare ribs and veggies. Oh, I'm so happy about it. It's a dog. Glenny, the fact that you still remember that cracks me up. I think it was Sonny who said that, no? I don't even think Loft was there. Luckily, he didn't hear it. It would have broke his heart. Perfect adrenaline. It was perfect. It was I forgot that I had it on. You weren't there. Glenny likes to remind me. You were there for the save, yes. Okay, I have to find the killer. Hold on. Oh, it's a tall guy. Did we get a Myers? Because I don't hear Terriators, but he's definitely walking there. Yes. Okay, I don't have to take chase with this man, do I? I'm allowed to get out of this free card. Jail free. Use my jail free card. No, he said, I'm not going in chase, I'm doing gens this game. Not the man himself judging me. Listen, I've been doing a lot of chases, okay? I just don't want to have to deal with the Myers on Larry's. Hi, Justin. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. How are you? What? Are you blocking me in here? What the fuck, gamer? Ah, shit. I went the wrong way. Wait, is it me? Do I have to take chase? Wait, is Loft the killer? Really? I don't know where he went. Colonel hopped off of his gen, so he might be on Colonel? Ah, Quiff, 0 stacks. Take more of the power to make sure he doesn't have chase for too long. Oh my god. Those are the plays, Jill. Holy hell, that's big brain. You're good? Wonderful. I'm glad to hear. What are you up to? Someone here? Come this way. Oh, it's because there's a Myers there? Thank you, Jill. No, Jill. It's so funny to me that Finesse is like on a timer. Oh, why am I back here? And why is he tunneling Jill? Is it a scratch mirror? Or am I dumb? Ah, I did go tier 3. There we go. Why does he have Franklin's? Why does he have Franklin's? Good job, Colonel. Man, I was looking forward to these scrims tonight, but they got cancelled. We can play extra comp like and it'll still be like scrims. I mean, I already have a backup plan. Backup scrim. Oh my god! Fuck. He camped it, guys. I couldn't save. I should have just traded it, no? Sorry, Colonel. I tried. Thank you. Mine is underneath Colonel's hook, if you want a medkit. We have several gens with progress, by the way. Dead art. Gilio too strong. I should have traded it, Colonel. I got scared because I had no TR when I went to go for your unhook. I should have just kept running. I thought I would get another chance to go in and save. It was not to be. Okay, you have that gen. I know there was another gen at the office or the library or whatever that also had progress because I heard it. Yes, here we go. P7 Mikey? I mean, they know what they're doing. Jill, excellent chase, gamer. How did he get... How did he get to tier 3? We were locked. Carried by MFT doesn't matter, gamer. You're still a juicer. Nine to nano you, but he's not here. Is he with locked? Did he juice you as you're dying on hook? Adrenaline? Whoa. That was kind of strange. Did he hit loft? Ah, he knows that it's a bug. Okay, I was like, what? I know about adrenaline and stuff, but that was just weird. Oh, I'm sorry, love. I get out, though. You Kobe, right? Yeah. This man always Kobe's. One. Two. The way I thought that he was getting off there. No Kobe. Unlucky. I know everything about this Kobe, Jill. Don't worry about it. GG's. Excellent chase, Jill. You won us that game. Why would he leave the door to check for Noed? No, that makes no sense. It makes no sense to me, I'm gonna be honest. Ugh. You're ready for the hex builds? So many hex builds today already. Okay, I go find the killer, guys. I got this. Yeah, no pain rest. Hardly any pain rest. More ruin. First person to check, get a 1 damn chance. Okay, which equals to 3 gens because we started the game in GG's. Okay. Love this map, you know. Oh, it's a first. Hold on. Well, I tried. I tried.
Have little time left.
I mean, I've already clocked out of this game. There's no point to worry about this. There's literally no point. There's a spicy here, Jill. At that little, like, funny shrine tile next to main. I don't think he knows where I am, honestly. Oh, that was a good one. Good comms. Oh. Nah! What the fuck? 75 ping. I had a one totem chase, Jill. Does that count? And I could have avoided the fucking power at the beginning. I just wasn't locked in, was I? I wasn't locked in.
Your time draws near.
Was that one? Jill. It was ruined. That was 20% of the game. It was, yeah, that is 25%. Yeah, okay, that's good. That's good. Is that was that tile? Is that one on this map? You know, has to be, right? Because main is 12. 1, 2, 3. Maybe not. I was definitely trying to learn this map, but I definitely don't remember. You would say so, okay. I could have just said 1. Fucking check 7. Yeah, okay, then yes. Yeah. I make this. I don't make this. Fine. Where are we genning? Oh, Christ!
It begins.
Yeah, we do. Check. Oh, we do have good gen progress. Oh, Colonel, what we doing? Yeah, I mean, I clocked out 13 years ago, gamer.
You will not
He's got to turn back the clock. I died, by the way. Oh my god, this is so fucking boring. Where is this down? All the way up there, okay.
A brave one.
There are CDCs there when you see the killer. I just play it out. I can't take it too serious. Just get your points. Don't worry about it. If we lose, it says nothing about us. This killer is so dumb. No, there was no one there. I can't dead hard, bro. That is so dumb. Unbelievable. I fully dead-hearted that, but you can't when you're fully infected with the thing, bro. That's dumb as fuck. I fully dead-hearted that. I'm annoyed.
I am inevitable.
Nice, Jill. Let's go.
Could you do something?
Nice, love. Good work. You deserve this hedge. You know that, right? He can't even find you. Ah, I mean, that's green apple turn back the clock. GG's. Mm. Okay, Scream's cancelled, guys. It's official. I have nothing going on at 7. Do you guys want to go for another hour or so? 4 games? Jill, am I keeping you from your dinner again? I'm always making the stream longer and then I forget that you need to have food. Oh, you late because it was late start. Fair enough. I can do another hour here. And then I'll take a break and take it from there. Loft, I need to do 1v1s. The guys told me again yesterday I have to practice. I did 1v1s with Glenny today earlier on stream. Glenny's really good on the pinhead. Like, holy hell. Yes. I need your trapper. How are you on Wraith, Loft? What's your Wraith skills like? Yeah, I asked Jill already. I'm doing 1v1 with Sketch on Friday. I'm never playing against Glenny ever again. Because the chains, man. The chains are too much. You call him? Yeah, he did upset me. Oh, I need to find the killer. Wait, what's that sound? Oh, nurse. Well, they found Jill first. There's nothing I can do about that. I'll do a Jen. You can Google Wesker. I don't think you want to put your Wesker up against me, Jill. It might be painful. I love Wesker. Joking, by the way. Spirits. Nah. Now I want to see your ghoul. I hate spirits. I mean, maybe it's good. Maybe I can learn. Spirits officially my top 3 most hated killers to face now. This nurse had good ping on you. You, Glenny! Cause you demolished me on Pinhead. I'm never 1v1ing you again. Too many chains. Oh! Sorry, bro. Good effort, Colonel. Was it Colonel? Ferris. Was it locked on the flashbang? I just saw an injured Colonel and a flashbang. Who's on a gen? I thought we were on a gen somewhere. Colonel lost on the flashing, and I'm an NSC. Nah, you guys are gamers and you know it. You're a gamer and you know it. She's not on me. Ah, there was a gen here that Colonel was on. I knew that. Are we doubling over here? Hello, gang. Oh, sorry, MFT. No, did I kill Loft? No, still MFT. Wonderful. I think you just did well and learned from each round. You took on board advice and changed the way you looked. Yeah, I'm coachable. That's the thing. With like scrims, I can be a really good teammate if I have someone that's confidently calling out what I have to do. I mean, you should You could think, but maybe you can think for yourself. I can. But I'm really good at following orders. That's the thing. This is a sign of a good player if you can, like, take the feedback and change the ways. Nah, Glenny, that means a lot. I appreciate that. Thank you. You're fine, Jill. When we were there, 3 people injured together, I was already like, I don't think this is a good idea. She's tunneling, no? Did she lose law? Okay, I'm gonna use my medkit anyway, it doesn't matter. Round 3, here we go. Okay, so you guys loop this nurse, I do gens, okay? I don't have to loop this game. I can do gens finally. Choose Karen. Is she even chasing anyone right now? Oh, she's back on Jill. Bro, Jill's gen was almost done. I walked into that. Good job, Jill. Lobsters is finishing Jill's gen. Jill finished my gen. Curl's finishing another gen. Colonel. Maybe it's this one. It is this one. Randoms on rivals lately have been absolutely atrocious. Really? That's annoying. I swear I'm gonna quit with bots. Aww. Nowhere to hide. Oh, that's it. You had one guy cry for 10 seconds about Phoenix aimbotting. It's like, yeah, I know. That's the thing. One thing happens and people are crying already over nothing. Like, why are you so upset about everything all the time? Chill. Hi. Just play. Do you know how many times me and Loft go into a game? When I was actively playing Rivals right back in December, the amount of times that we went into a game and it looked like we were getting completely obliterated, but we came together as a team. We pulled it around and you win. That is the best feeling in the world, but you can't do that if you're already halfway down to DCing over a rough start of a game, or crying every 10 seconds over something that's completely out of your control, blaming other people for God knows what. Does she have like a blink back situation? There's gonna come a point where she can't kick this anymore. Jill, I'll heal you by Shaq, in front of Shaq. We go back in. No, she wants Jill now. You don't think they were even aimbotting? They were just better. Honestly, they're typing in chat every 10 seconds. Bro, there's no way she can still kick this. We've had Eruption. She's kicked it. She can't kick it, I'm telling you. Can I heal you? Yeah. Go, 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 go. Ay. She can't kick this Shen anymore. You bought the V and Tori bundle? Was that Cats and Dogs collection? Cool. Welcome in, gamer. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. Happy Wednesday.
Natasha After Dark followed your channel.
Hi, how are you? Welcome in. How's your day going? Jill, how many chases have you had with this nurse? Honestly, you're good? Wonderful, I'm glad to hear. I'm good too. I'm good too. I'm trying this new thing where I try to take first chase in my games because I have to learn my chase to be better in chase. It's rough. It's rough times. But it's working out for now. Had some pretty good ones. So, and now I've got my lovely community here gaming with me. So it's been a really nice afternoon. You're just better, Jill. You're just better. You're just literally. We get our pips. That was well played, gamers. Well done. She was terrified to pick up the pallet, wasn't she? Yes. Trying to take first chase, I can give you my unintentional talent of that happening. Oh, is it always you? So my play revolves around stealth generally. So I can do gens. I'm just happier when I'm doing gens. But I have to learn to be better in chase. So I'm trying to take more chase. And it's hard. That was funny. She didn't want to pick. Yeah, somehow you always take first chase every game. Do you like chase though? Are you a looper? You were laughing with Loft about you hyping me up about my spirit chases, and I'm just out here just running around, not clue what I'm doing. If I don't know what I'm doing, they don't know what I'm doing. Yes, you were so good against that spirit, and you were really good on the escapist. You're a gen jockey as well, like me. Oh God. P9. With Amori, well, it was good teamwork, Colonel. She couldn't get to it. Okay, what do we do here? I think it's time for Adam P45, right? Because I've got my 5 mil. And Dwight is 60. Oh, gamers, next Monday, coming Monday is my last stream for 3 weeks because of TwitchCon and DBD anniversary. I'm not gonna have the progress on all the characters that I wanted for anniversary. Gens are safe! That's it! I know everything about that. I know exactly what you mean. 7 BPS? Perfect, perfect. Okay, well, I've split my points in Adam. You're a Gen jockey too, you can't lie? Crazy. Y'all can shake hands, for real. How long's anniversary? A month? Yeah. No cakes? Oh, I'm on BPS. You two need to stop lying. Yeah, I would say a month till anniversary. And, no cakes? Yeah, I don't know. We don't know. We don't know if there's gonna be cakes, do we? I hope so, because otherwise my world is, like, crashing down on me. I'm gonna be in my bed depressed for 3 weeks if there's no cakes. Like, I can feel myself become emotional thinking about it. Yeah, my world would come crashing down. Loft is the best DCer, I know. Although, Gamer... Oh, I have to get first chase. Hold on. Singularity? Okay, GG's. GG's. God pellets dropped! Don't blame me! It's gone, it's gone. Wait, what? You're depressed now? Because Singularity? Yeah. This is kind of like Henry. It's just... There's nothing you can do. There's just nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. Who dropped that mustard glitch? Yeah, I think it was already dropped when we loaded in, Glenny. I'm gonna be honest with you, that was already there. Okay, I took first chase, guys. They should sail, and you would buy everything, Colonel. You saw nothing. Singularity was fun when no one had a clue how to play it. Yeah, I know. Did I get a blob? Yes, Jill! I was like, wait, why is my blob gone? Was that you? You're such a gamer, Jill. Friends, pain, res. Okay.
Attention, alien
hey,
army,
yo!
we do have a raid
Sleepy
incoming.
Kazuto!
I repeat, is raid incoming.
Thank you so much for the raid! Welcome in! How was your stream? How was DBD?
Sleepy Kazuto rated your channel
Hi.
with 6 viewers.
Sleepy Kazuto rated in from a Dead by Daylight stream. This anime-loving sleepless ghoul is all about boosted life in DVD. From secret late-night OSU obsessions to oversleeping and dropping, Kazuto streams is a chill mix of gaming, Tokyo Ghoul vibes.
For me,
Will they ever escape the boosted
cute
players?
and adorable.
I
They're
mean-
gonna be mine forever.
And
Emily Rose Noel gifted 1 subscription.
hi, my friend. How are you? I assume you may have recommended the raid. Thank you so much. How was your stream? Wait, that's cool as fuck. Emily. Who? Me? Gamers, I don't know what to say. WM indeed. M, thank you so much for the recommendation. We always love to meet new friends. that play DBD, and I got scared. And thank you so much for the gifted sub as well. And Kazuto, enjoy the ad for viewing, the free emotes, the sub badge, and of course the channel point multiplier. Should it be you? My god, you're amazing. Nice gaming, Jill. It's been a pleasure gaming with you. Oh, he's gonna get this. Hold on.
Analyzing vision.
Ta-da! What the fuck? Hold on, Kazuto, hold on. Oh my
Emily Rose
god!
Noel started a new hype train.
Damn, I was trying to trick him, go have lunch, I hope your games go so well, you've been lurking. Thank you so much, I appreciate you taking the community here. I hope you had a good stream. Never saw anyone doing an announcement like that. I'm gonna try, maybe it's something that's easily set up. I need to remember how it's done, but otherwise I'm happy to let you know how to do it. But gamers, if you came in with the raid with Kazuto and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm primarily a Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm an official creator for Behavior. I love playing DBD. I'm a survivor main. I have 18 P100s. When I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work on a horse and stables. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate the support for the channel. You're in a corner when you use it. You have time on PR. That is very strong.
Sleepy Kazuto followed your channel.
Would you like me to I mean, let me say this. I'm not doing the wheel for subs at the minute, but we've got ears. I've got the Purgle ears. I'll change them out. Would you like a certain pair of ears? I have a lot of animal ears if you want to take a guess. Or I could do random ears for your gifted sub. Close your eyes and pick? Okay. I'll do it after this game. Why is this box red? Does it mean something? Yes, we'll do luck of the draw. The collection is growing, honestly. How is your week going, Em? What are you playing right now? Thank you so much for the gifted. That's 12 gifted in the channel. I really appreciate it. And the hype train. That's amazing. Thank you for your continued support. Your week's going alright? Was there a Jen here? Yes. You're going to Canada tomorrow? Unprepared user. How long are you in Canada for and where are you going? I'm going to Montreal in 2 weeks. I'll be there for the DVD anniversary party. Still a DVD flop? No way. Ain't nobody calling you a flop on the DVD. Trying to dabble in them games. That's what we do. That's what we all do. Ottawa 9 days. Oh, nice. It's gonna be fun. Are you meeting up with friends? I hope you safe travels. Have safe travels. Meeting your duo? Nice, nice, nice. It's gonna be so much fun. How's the weather right now in Ottawa? I think they're underneath me, honestly. This has been good work, gamers. If he slugs here... He does. Is Colonel still on the good old Unbreakable? Back in the day, Colonel ran the Unbreakable. The other day gate's ready. Dead Heart! Is Jill here? Colonel's up. You are, Colonel. I remember. You always seem to get Unbreakable value. I went the wrong way, didn't I? Well, yes. I'm gonna have to... Shit. Shit. It'll be good weather. 22, 27 degrees. Lows will be 15. Okay, yeah, that's gonna be good. That's gonna be decent. Oh. Shit, Loft. I was coming back for you, mate. I was coming back for you. Fuck! Sorry. If I had been on the right side, I could have taken the hit and we would have been out. Or, if he would have turned around, I would have dead-hearted maybe. That was kind of like the plan. But who knows? GG, well played though, gamers. GG. Sorry we are for the ad break interruption, guys.
Wanna play, huh? Alright. Ready or not? Here I come.
I'm gonna keep a tab. Gonna be my mom. Alright, Natasha. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Big Micah fan. You're the best. You're the absolute sweetest. Hold on, I'm just replenishing my drink. Oh, it looks like I have a long night ahead of us, gamers, honestly. I got some tourney prep to do. Yeah, you would... The cakes. Oh, you want to sell the cakes? How many cakes do you have left, Colonel? Like, is it so many that... You're like, you would want to sell them for blood points. Would you actually? Interesting. Oh. Oh, bye, Cage. Okay. Still munching on my dinner, gamer. Sorry. Hi, Fur. Sorry, I'm I'm eating. Hold on, let me find the killer. How are you? Don't lower your head, because you're gonna drop Crown Queen. Oh! Hag! Loft, you're up. It's a hag. It's you. Hey, welcome home, Blake. I'm glad to hear. Yeah, it's a hack game, guys. I don't have to chase this. This is Loft's expertise. Hold on, my husband's here. I don't have to take the lead in this chase. This is Loft's expertise, honestly. I'll do gens. I love that fur. That is such a cool thing. Oh, it's a chase hag? He knows everything about this woman. Does she not do traps? You're bored? You're bored already? How do you counter a chase hag? Glenny, didn't you have a period of time where you played Chag? I know you said Chag is your top 3 most hated. So Chag doesn't do like traps or something. Oh, she moves at 4.7? Oh. That seems fast. Do I have to come and help with the save? We say that here in Argentina. I tried saying it. No, that was so good for her. I want to pin that to my stream. But I'll do it after this game. Oh, maybe if Glenny's still here, they can pin it. That's really cool. How is your week going, Fur? Happy Monday. Good to see you. Wait, am I blind? Where's Colonel? Here. Stabafo? You need to go, you need to go, you need to go. Can you? Okay. It's just too fast. Okay. Stabafo, rapid, you know, the stuff isn't supposed to stack anymore. Bored. So it's like Clown then. Week's good. Just found out that people say that I dress up like a crackhead. What? Nah. What are you talking about? That's insane. Faster than Clown even. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I don't know how to deal with it. Oh my god! I panicked dead hard at that, guys. Nobody saw that. A little panic that hard. Hurt nobody, right? Is there a thing here? I don't know. I use Jen. Go take a nap. Good luck with games. You got a strong Swift. I'm very lucky, Thank you so much for the raid suggestion and the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Have a good rest and have a wonderful time in Ottawa. I need to go. No TR. She's like really fast. I don't know why she's putting traps upstairs main. Isn't that Gen done? Why would anyone go back to upstairs main? Hello. Eee! Yeah, that was not pretty. I live in a town. Gossip runs faster than time. My god. Such a mean thing though. Like, even if you dressed as a crackhead, then so what? You gotta live your life. Oh, fuck. And we got no haystack in the counter. Yeah, that's stupid. That's just stupid. You dress up good. Your friends said they talk shit about your clothes because they can't talk shit about your face. Yes, that sounds about right. Besides that, you're doing great. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear. I'm doing good too. Thank you. Yeah, we're having a good time streaming today. Oh my god, they're already here. What is fucking range on that? I thought I could still move in closer. That scared the fuck out of me. Oh! No counter. Just fast. Yeah. There's literally nothing. You open your For You Taste TikTok like 3 videos of me playing DVD in a row? I was posting again the last week. I got some funny stuff. For. I appreciate your support. I see you like my channels and shit. That's good. I want to do this. I just died. Oh, I should have just run for the pallet. Why did I run into a wall? Why did I just run into a wall? Oh no. Happy to support? No, it means a lot, Fur. I really appreciate it. It helps me a lot. Bro, we almost did 6 gens. Has it been more than a year already, Fur? That's insane. Loft, you can go. It's okay. Just leave me. Not the stare down. Bro, he's staring at her. Oh no, Jill. That art. Get out. Let's see if these gamers get out. They did! Beautiful. Pwiff as well, guys. That's too fast. Okay, LG gamers. Last game. I haven't seen a hag in so long. I was like, what is that terror radius? I didn't even recognize it. They remove haste stacking, but still allow this? Yeah, that's it's rude is what it is. Oh my god, I was supposed to put ears for
Deviant _ and subscribed to your channel for 2 months.
And thank you so much for the resub. Oh my god. Okay, it's a little bit tangled up, but I got the elephant ears. That's for M's gifted from earlier. It is LG. And how's your day? Thank you so much for the 2 months. I know, 2nd month already. That's insane. Welcome back. Enjoy the ad review and the free emotes, the sub badge, and of course the channel point multiplier. How are you? How are you doing? You didn't wake up from your alarm clock? Shit. Did you have anywhere that you needed to be? Or was it not like a big problem that you didn't wake up? I do still surprised that I've been here for more than a year, but Fur, we're such a good team. I'm not surprised. Oh, you had said it. You had said it at 1 PM and you woke up at 5. You had said, oh, to stream, of course, on Wednesday. Oh no. Okay, let me find this killer. It's a freaky bear. I think Loft already found him. I'm gonna take first chase. Where is he at? Is he in his door? Is he undetectable? Am I blind? Is he running over here? Well, I found Colonel. I don't know where that was. But clearly there was no chair. Because he grabbed Colonel off of a gen. Okay, I'm going in, I'm going in, I'm going for the chase. Grim. Bro, we hadn't had a killer with Grim all day. He's not here. Mindbreaker. Okay, he's back. Hold on. Colonel, don't take chase. It's my chase. Oh man. Okay, that was a mistake. Okay, from him. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay. Is he fast? And if yes, why? Is that an axe thing? Yeah. Can he see me? Oh, this pallet is not great. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even make it! Damn. You have really deep sleep sometimes. You don't hear a thing. Makes sense. And you needed it. I saw your TikTok the other day. No, I saw it today. Your TikTok from the other day. The one where you read about the new way of healing and you got really emotional about it? And you really had to let some things out? Yeah, it was scary, I bet. Pin message from Fur. It's good, isn't it? It's so real. Something I say a lot. You really? I never heard about it before. Fur mentions that they say it in a lot. Him and their friends. A South American thing, or maybe even Argentinian. I need to go. I can go back. Is he chasing someone? Shit. Okay, I have enough distance. I don't know where people are, but I'm just running. You know about other countries? They say not in your country. Okay, okay, okay. That helps. That's helpful. That's helpful. Days, it's very scary. Rawr. Oh my god, I got scared, Days. You're nearly crying. I saw that. Like, it seemed like a lot of people showed some support. That's wonderful. You say in your TikToks a lot of encourage people to not give a damn about other people's judgment. That's really good, but I need to go. He has no CR, I don't think. You're beautiful and unique and you should wear that as a crown. That makes no sense. See, you knew it, Days. You knew everything. I got so scared. When is cat adoption day, Days? When are the girls? No, they're not girls. They're a boy and a girl coming over. Camping. Oh my god, that's the day after my birthday. Okay, cool. You're outside on a smoke break. And your package got delivered? Coincidence? I don't think so. Yes, I am a Gemini fur. June 12th? Yeah. You don't believe in coincidence? Me neither. What do you mean? You're Gemini first. See, that's why you've been here. Because Gemini get along so well. My husband's Gemini. I always get along with Gemini. You love Gemini, Capricorn? There we go. Yeah, that's no coincidence. In 10 days is your birthday? Yeah, that's Destiny, gamer. That's not a coincidence. See, everything works out in the end. Yeah, that makes sense, and also why we so get along so well. Cancer, you never had any problem with Gemini? Makes sense. Hi, Granny. How was your stream? I saw you ended already. You played some Cure. How did it go? Look at Colonel. He's cooking. Hold on. Look at him go. Thank you for the hug. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? I don't know. Oh, your system crashed. I was wondering because you usually always raid out and everything. So I was surprised that it was just like the stream was just not there. Oh, that was very close, I'm gonna be honest. You're resetting so you don't crash on Sunday? Are you streaming the tournament, Granny? That's cool. Oh, dead art for distance! I'm counting it. It's official. I'm counting it. Okay, at least there's no fucking basement here. Great friends, very kind to others. They also value things like time with the right people, and to a Capricorn, time is money. So, if I spend some time to someone and investing in a friendship, I never waste time. That makes sense, and time is very important to me. It's a big thing in my life. No way out? Okay, good shout, Colonel, good shout. Shit. Thank you, Loft. You would like us to, so you're gonna try? Good. I already have a Palia raid train in the morning that I'm a part of. I hate streaming tournaments. If not, you'll record it? Yeah, just as well, right? You can put clips and stuff. Do you have a nice team, Granny? See, now I know these things. Local witch business. Yes. This is true. You don't have Gemini friends? Really? You're not crackhead? Like the gossip, but I do have my temper. Always chill, but sometimes I go from 0 to 100 in less than a second. Oh, 100%. I do that too. Gemini are some of the most happy and funny people. I'm definitely happy now. I like to think I can be funny. Wiglif MFT Gaming? This is Bloodwarden play, guys. This is a Wiglif MFT play. Okay, we take hits. He hits Jill. Oh no 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 no! Oh, I knew that was coming. That was so hot. Jill, that was great. I knew that was coming. The way that he cut through, and I was like, fuck, I should have been there to take the hit for Colonel. And you just jump in between and you take that dead art. That's hot. That's so hot. It was Bloodwarden. That's why they were waiting with the pickup. Good idea. Team did well. The team did well. What a good one to end on, gamers. What a wonderful, wonderful game to end on. Thank you, gamers, so much for stacking points, for gaming, for all the saves, the fun, and the good chases. That's why I took the MFT. You knew the dead art was there? W hit tanks, for real. It was Bloodwarden. You need to get out your widow. Throws back on the fucking Marvel Rivals. And for your resub, I'm sorry because we are ending now. I'm streaming again on Sunday. Paleo stream for the Raid Train. Would you like to pick my ears so I'll wear them on Sunday? Which ones would you like? I can do random, or I can, or if you want to pick an animal, and I'll wear them during stream. The frog ones, perfect. I'll put them right here so I don't forget. So I'll be wearing the frog ears, which is perfect, by the way, for Palia, because I do have a froggy outfit. It's very cute for Palia. This is true, and good choice. Thank you for the games. Always fun gaming with you. Nah, Jill. I appreciate that. Thank you. I don't know if funny is the word, but could it be witty? 100% for. I think you are very witty. I think you're very witty. Yeah, gamers. It's gonna. Monday is the last stream before traveling and before TwitchCon and shit. So Sunday we're streaming for around 5 hours. I'm estimating like 10 or 11 a.m. till 3 p.m. We're supposed to raid out at 3, the Palia raid train. We're playing Palia, obviously, because it's going to be Palia day. So that's Sunday. Then Monday, regular DBD stream, but we are part of the TwitchCon excitement and prep raid train. So that's happening on Monday, 2 p.m. to 7. And then Tuesday I have to go to the office. Wednesday I have to build up event. Thursday I have to build up event for work. Construction and everything. I'm overseeing that. Friday is the start of TwitchCon. Saturday, Sunday. Monday morning I'm going home packing. And then Tuesday, June 2nd, I'm flying out to my dad to be in Montreal with the DVD anniversary party on the 14th. So Sunday and Monday is the last 2 streams before I leave for 2.5 weeks, basically. just to let you know, I'll put the schedule in the Discord as well. And then we'll be back to streaming after the DVD anniversary party when I get back home. Probably Wednesday, 17 June is the next one. Bye, Chad. Love y'all and take care. You guys take care as well. Let's go find someone to raid. I've been rambling and I don't even know who we're raiding. Oh, I think I do know who we're raiding. Because we got raided by the wonderful Mori. And she's still going. So let's go and say hi. GG. Oh, you got all the challenges done. Lol. Only points. Keep safe, Colonel. And thank you so much for hopping in. If we all want to copy this raid message, we're gonna go and say hi to Mori. She's playing Survivor. We met just last month, but it's just an awesome gamer. Always here, hanging out early in the stream before she goes live. So let's go and say hi to her. It'll be a good time. Gamers, thanks everyone for the follows, the stream streaks, and the redeems. And thank you so much for the resub. Kuzo, thank you so much for the raid. And Emily, thank you so much for the gifted. Rose, thank you so much for the raid. And 7cm Princess, thank you as well for the massive raid. I really appreciate you. Leif, thank you for the resub tier 2. Broken Windrest, thank you so much for the raid. Sketch, thank you for the resub. Guys, you are amazing. It's been an absolute pleasure. I had a really good time. Thanks for bearing with while I try to work through my chase issues. More to come. I'm back on Sunday with the Paleo Raid Train. We're starting in the morning, so I hope to see you then. Let's go say hi to Mori. Have an amazing rest of your day. Take care. Bye, gamers.